It's hump day. Y'all got to figure out me a better tagline to use on Wednesdays. I hope Breaking can make it in here. He had his computer issue right before we were scheduled to go live, so hopefully he's been able to reboot. So anyway, how's everybody doing today? I'm going to check in the chat room. I'm the worst at doing that stuff, so I'm going to try and make a point of it. Hello, 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 hello. Let me pull out my box. Hold. It's been one of them days. I wonder how's the weather where you are out. It's beautiful here in the great state of Tennessee. Absolutely beautiful. But it's weird because I don't know if you guys are experiencing this. I think, listen, I'm not one of those, I'm not a climate change fearist, okay? But I will tell you that it does seem like the seasons have pushed back. I'll tell you what I mean. What I mean by that is like we're having the weather you would typically see in spring here. And I mean, it's freaking August in Tennessee, in the middle of Tennessee. And today at 2:00 in the afternoon, it's 80 degrees. I mean, that's not normal. Usually, I mean, we're hitting 90 easy. But I don't know. So, it just seems like maybe, winter is always pushed back. It seems like November is more like fall and December is more like fall. And then if it's going to snow, it's going to snow in February. So I don't know. I just think this stuff is, not necessarily changing like, Al Gore changing. I just think it's like the cycle has been kind of pushing back a little bit. But anyway, hello, Wang Dang Doodle. Sorry, it's the little things in life that like Wang Dang Doodle. Okay, so I'm gonna pull this up. Yay! You made it. Let me write your slip up real quick. Tardy to the party. Need to sign by the principal. Okay. All right. Welcome, Breaking. Let me get my pig skins out of the way. Can you hear me? Can you talk? Perfect. And by the way, if you've never had pig skins, don't judge me. These things have no carbs, if you didn't know. So you can eat them like a free kind of little cracker. And they're crunchy little, it does sound gross, but they're really good. You make some tuna fish, stick some tuna fish on a pork skin. Telling you don't get the carbs of a cracker. Telling you, ladies. All right, can you hear me now? I can hear you rustling. Breaking. I could hear him rustling over on the side, so I thought he could hear me. Okay. I'm going to go pull this up. I want to tell y'all something strange that, well, let me see if maybe I shouldn't do that because I'm streaming on YouTube right now as well. We must have to reboot again. All right. So I was watching something last night. I think it was, Jimmy Dore. If you don't know who Jimmy Dore is, he's this progressive dude. I mean, he's a straight up Medicare for all kind of guy, but he apparently got into it with those Young Turks, and that's been going on for a while now. He used to work for the Young Turks, but Joe Rogan did an interview with him the other day, and he was it's happening, guys. Like these people that you think couldn't get any further left, okay, it's like they're realizing because of the silencing themselves. Okay, they're all, remember how the left is all rah, yes, silence conservative, woohoo, shut up, you conservative with your rational thoughts and your facts. Well, he got the jab and he was trying to talk about what had happened to him. It's like side effects wise. And he saw the censorship come down on his head. He was kind of all like, wait a minute, we can't talk about what's happening in our own lives. I'm like, no shit, Sherlock, where you been the last 4 years? Or like at least probably 5 years. So, yeah, so that happened. So people are waking up. It's like Bill Maher, the person that always used to like to make fun of Trump. I'll show you what he said because these clips, by the way, don't really get you in trouble. Where did I find it at? I don't know if you guys have been paying attention. I'd highly doubt you are. watching the Olympics. But he, I'm telling you, and he's got a pretty decent audience. And this is what he said. I'm trying to find it really quick. This is what he said to his on his show. He also gave a lot of shit to his audience because they weren't apparently clapping enough. I'm gonna play y'all this really, really quick so y'all can hear what this guy, Mr. Lefty himself, Mr. Make Fun of Trump, referred to him as the Fuhrer, all that shit. Yep, he's right up there with Andrew Cuomo or Chris Cuomo and Brian Stelter. And look at him now.
And finally, new rule, please don't make the Olympics into the Oscars. Oh, what's that? They did already? Yeah. You know, back in April when the Oscars aired, I commented in this space that the theme of that evening was, we dare you to be entertained. Lest your mind waver for a few hours from thinking about the sad things and bad people in the world. Well, thank God we found some of those bad people in the Olympics now, and not a moment too soon. The director of... No, that was sarcasm. The director of the opening ceremony was fired hours before, before the event, because they found out there was a Holocaust joke in a comedy routine he did decades ago. Well, you know, context is everything. Obviously, it didn't strike people as beyond the pale at the time. Young people have to stop flattering themselves that they're Nostradamus and would have foreseen, had they been around then, everything that's unacceptable now. And for further context, Mel Brooks wrote one of the most successful music...
I won't play it all out. Can you hear me breaking?
I think so, finally.
There you go. Yay. Hey, I was just showing that clip. But basically, the caption of he on his own Twitter feed says, how bad does the atmosphere we're living in have to get before the people who say cancel culture is overblown admit that it's in fact an insanity that is swallowing up the world? Hashtag woke Olympics. So what always happens, and I've talked about this on air before with breaking, it always backfires in their face. They go too woke for their damn good, and it starts affecting them. And then all of a sudden you see that they have issues. And I've got to show you this one because, oh my God, this was on her thread again. So I'm going to stick here, then I'll let you take off. This is, yeah, guys, I loved the fuck Muppet Babies when I was little. I watched Fraggle Rock and the Muppet Babies. And I watched the Ducks, when they were on the duck thing. Okay. Anyway, Hannah's tweeted this out. I'm just going to show you. It says, I can't believe I'm tweeting this, but they are pushing the trans agenda on children via Muppet Babies. This is sick and perverted. Everyone should be disturbed by predatory cartoon. This is the Muppet Babies, people. Now tell me they don't got a damn agenda.
The royal ball. We met the most amazing princess. But they ran away, and all they left behind was this.
Everyone, there's something I need to tell you. The princess who came to your ball tonight was me. I'm Gonzarella.
But Gonzo, why didn't Vu tell us?
Because you all expected me to look a certain way. I don't want you to be upset with me, but I'm
the royal ball.
Yeah, there you go. There is the boy character. Yeah, acting like doing the whole Cinderella bit and on the Muppet Babies. So you guys, y'all got to be diligent in what your kids watch. I mean, tell your children, if you're old enough to have like grandchildren, they really, it's Saturday morning. It's not the Saturday morning we grew up with. I'm telling you, y'all got to watch what these kids are watching because they're hitting them on every angle. But I mean, there is good news about it though. You know, like Minnesota right now put the smack down on these asses, but fixing to sue them for the shit they've done in their schools. Hang on, I was trying to find that too. I sent it to Michelle the other day. She lives in Minnesota. I'm like, they are lucky to have your ass. But okay, what is it? Minnesota. Oh yeah, here you go. This is what you do. And I understand that lawyers can cost money. And that's whenever we need to have a conversation about pulling it together and just let one lawyer represent multiple people, whatever the case needs to be. But we got to start taking this shit to court. I mean, that's just the reality of it. Says Minnesota parents lawyer up after schools allegedly diverted COVID funds to woke equity survey. Yeah, you heard that correctly. Legal nonprofit sent a letter to Sartella St. Stephen's School District demanding it take responsibility for failure to seek parental consent for survey, asking students what gender they identified with. Concerned parents of Sartell St. Stephen's School District and Minnesota have retained legal counsel after the district allegedly spent $80,000 of money meant for COVID-19 learning loss recovery on an equity audit. The Upper Midwest Law Center sent a letter dated August the 2nd to Sartell St. Stephen's School District demanding it take responsibility for using federal COVID relief funds to perform an equity audit in which students in grades 3 through 12 answered private questions about themselves without a parent's consent. The letter alleges the district violated federal, state, and its own policy in a December 3rd, 2020 notice of the survey by not requesting written parental consent or offering parents a choice to inspect or opt out of the survey. Lawyers allege the survey equated to forced speech since students and parents didn't know they could opt out. The letter cited federal law prohibiting compelled participant in a survey related to, and there's the laws. Lawyers cited state law requiring the school district to inform parents. Of course, that shouldn't have to be a state law that you should know. You needed to ask the parents before you start telling the third grader to start talking about their sexual identity and what. Anyway, they've responded, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to get to this. The survey reportedly asked what gender the children identified as. Kesley Yasper, a parent member of the nonprofit Kids Over Politics, said in a statement, "My daughter and others should not have been forced to answer inappropriate questions about their gender identity, racial identity, and other highly private matters without my written consent. We are giving the district a chance to take full responsibility for its actions so that we can all move on to the education of our children without woke indoctrination." So, yeah, so again, yay to you parents. These parents went and hired a lawyer and said, hell to the no. And that kind of leads me into something I'd asked Breaking before the show about kind of what they're doing with this, acting like the CDC has some kind of power to tell damn homeowners and landlords what to do, which they don't. Go ahead.
They thought they did. Let's put it that way. And I'm going to have more to say about that in a separate show. I'll continue on how to beat that back tomorrow night over on the soapbox, kind of a continuation of what I started on Monday night, kind of laying the groundwork as to what got us here. But ultimately, we know at this day and age that the House of Representatives does not represent the people, and they have abdicated their authority and basically ceded that authority over to the bureaucracies who are unelected, who don't represent us, who do not have our interests in mind. And so when you get a situation like a pandemic, whether it be real or not, it's a power grab. And because nobody contested it or beat them back, they just assumed it was okay to do it until they were contested, which they have their own courts and that they'll be able to win at. And occasionally, they might get thwarted, as we saw in the Sixth Circuit down in Tennessee here in recent days. But at the end of the day, Congress failed to act. On the 31st, everything expired after many extensions all throughout last year at the CDC for evictions and moratoriums and everything else, whether you're a homeowner or if you're a tenant in an apartment building or what have you. And that is now since gone. And guess what? Congress failed to act. They're out for 7 weeks on their summer break because, they work so hard. They got to have a little downtime in their home districts or, maybe meet up with Hugo Chavez or something down in Venezuela. Take your pick. It's photo ops, what have you. But,
I know what they're doing. No, I know what they're doing. You don't know what they're doing? They're trying to get ready to go to this big 700-person bash that Obama's throwing. You didn't hear?
That's been scaled down after a little backlash now, apparently. There's a headline the headline out here today. Let's see if I can get her pulled up here again real quick.
Yeah, I pulled it. I've seen it from today, but mine just still said this is quoted the 700. Anyway, listen, the point is, if it hadn't got dropped out in the media, what was going on? The only reason why they're scaling back is because people are rightfully bringing up the hypocrisy of what they were doing. So again, Americans, peasants, little middle class people, you need to stay in your house or lock down, or you need to shut your business down again. We're talking about lockdowns again, and we're going to shame you if you don't get the jab that we think you need to. But if you're Barack Obama, oh, no. You can have a 700-person birthday party on Martha's Vineyard. Remember, too, climate change and the rising waters. But he's got a house on the water out there at Martha's Vineyard. But yeah, 700 people. 700 people. Who do you think's coming? Do you think it's going to be Bob down from the maintenance store, from the mechanic store, or do you think it's going to be Jay-Z and Oprah?
Yeah, it's been scaled back, but nonetheless, the rub was obviously with everybody talking about these lockdowns happening yet again, and all but certain, because Joe says second week August here, yeah, we're going to try and impose that across the country, at least in blue states, those that'll abide. People says, well, wait a minute, 700 people, isn't that a super spreader event? I mean, the hypocrisy knows no bounds. And somebody was playing a Sherry Tenpenny video earlier today. And you have to laugh at the ridiculousness of this virus and just how stinking smart this virus is at the end of the day, because obviously it knows that after you get to just under 6 feet, it drops off and it doesn't spread beyond 6 feet because social distancing, right? Not only that, it knows the difference between a Trump rally and, say, an Antifa BLM riot. No, it doesn't spread there, but it does in others. It also knows when to be effective on a calendar. You know, up until this date, you're perfectly safe without a mask and everything else. But by golly, once that next day hits, oh boy, look out, it's back on with a vengeance.
Well, I'm going to freak y'all out. Any of y'all that knows back to our favorite Anon in the 17 days when we did this dig, I saw this come across and I was like, holy shit. Of all the pictures they chose to put in this article, look what it is. If you did not know, Anderson Cooper is putting his late mother, Gloria Vanderbilt's 2-bedroom Manhattan apartment on the market for $1.13 million 2 years after her death. I thought, well, that's probably about long it takes to scrape up the sacrificial blood off the walls. But, that's just me. So I was like, here I am. I'm like, oh, let me read this shit. And I get here and I'm like, oh, my God. No, they didn't. Do you remember this picture? That dude's not taking a nap. Those triangles don't represent, jack-o'-lantern teeth. I mean, remember that picture? This is the first picture they use to highlight the apartment he's selling of hers. And then so you scroll on down, and this hurts my head. I don't see anyone that would look at this and think, class, magnifico. I look at cluster screw of color. That's too much, man. I can't, what? I don't know. I can't. And then you look at the kitchen. It's like, well, that must have been where they did it, because that's been cleaned with bleach. And it's the only thing that will have 7 million things hanging everywhere. This to this. So, kitchen must have been good opportunity to keep shit clean. Because then you get this. Look at the floors too, all tile in this $1 million thing. The tile up the. Let's just find that weird. And then there's your little studio and all this. So anyway, yep, he's selling his. Oh, good God. Does this look good to anyone? Is it just me? Maybe there's people out there that find this tasteful. That look at the couch. This couch doesn't really match the chairs. Clashes completely with the colors in the rug. I don't know. But so if you were wondering, you can buy her. That lady's a witch. I'm telling you right now. She's the head of a damn coven. She was the head of a coven. But you can go buy this right now. I wonder if they'll throw in all the shit. They probably don't want to move it. But I'm going to tell you what I did, where I'm getting at here. This was her dad. This was Gloria Vanderbilt's dad. And under this picture, it said Vanderbilt, the granddaughter of railroad tycoon Cornelius Commodore Vanderbilt, was well-known actress, writer, artist, blah, blah, blah. Well, you know what they were, J.P. Morgan, all them who started as the elites of America when they basically started taking over the financial, Jekyll Island and shit. They were mostly railroad guys, bankers and railroad guys. Or his Vanderbilt's the granddaughter of the railroad tycoon. So yeah, they're part of that. They're all part of that bloodline. We knew that. But I just found it interesting that we're selling an apartment and these are the kind of things we're highlighting. It's like a hat tip to people. I don't know. There you go. There's your bullshit stuff for the day. Not going to change your life, but I found what's interesting to give a hat tip to old Anon. You're welcome.
All righty. Well, aside from that, there are a few other things. What?
Your microphone's really low.
Shouldn't be. It's the same as it always is.
Oh, that's weird.
Must
shove it up in your
end.
I'll tell you like chemo. Shove that thing up in your face.
It is in front of my face. That's the problem. Anyway, as is customary at the beginning of the month, we get some jobs reports net here today. ADP. As soon as this comes up, hopefully it's not going to dump me here. There we go. We functional? I think so. ADP unemployment or ADP employment report shows job gains stalled in June, the weakest since February.
We don't see anything. Okay. It's not showing.
It's wonky.
There you go. It's up now. Don't move.
Anyway, I got to feed the squirrel on the cage. Analysts expected a 7th straight month of solid employment gains in July, forecasting ADP to show the U.S. economy added 683,000 jobs, despite recent weaknesses in ISM employment data. They were wrong. Very wrong. ADP printed a miserly, I guess I should say, addition of just 330,000 jobs in June, less than half the expected rise and well below the consensus forecast for Friday's payrolls print. And here you can see down toward the bottom, it's been trending down. They've missed the mark. And of course, we're going to have the government version of the employment numbers here probably by week's end, as the article highlights. This is the weakest addition since February. Labor market recovery continues to exhibit uneven progress, but progress nonetheless. July payroll data reports a marked slowdown from the second quarter pace in jobs growth, said Neela Richardson, chief economist at ADP. For the 5th straight month, leisure and hospitality sector is the fastest growing industry, though gains have softened. The slowdown in the recovery has also impacted companies of all sizes. Bottlenecks in hiring continue to hold back stronger gains, particularly in the light of new COVID-19 concerns tied to viral variants. These barriers should ebb in coming months with stronger monthly gains ahead as a result. And here's kind of the breakdown. You can see small businesses gained about 91,000, medium businesses about 132, large businesses about 106,000. By sector, the goods producing only gained about 12,000, and it's all in the service providing. And so manufacturing, where is it? Is it coming back from China and all these countries with lesser wages and everything else to be exploited? No, of course not. It's all service. Your bartenders and waiters. That's actually a metric that they track. The services economy continues to dominate the recovered jobs in June with only 12,000 manufacturing jobs added. Pretty pathetic, really. Job additions were primarily in teachers and waiters. Finally, we note that the ADP is underguessed non-farm payrolls in 4 of the last 6 months. And remember that Fed Governor Christopher Waller on Monday said the U.S. Central Bank could start to reduce its support for the economy by October if the next 2 monthly jobs reports show employment rising by 800,000 to 1 million, as he expects, adding that there's no reason to go slow on tapering the Fed's bond purchase program. So if today's ADP print is anything to go by, the taper is off. And again, highlighting what they're stating here, we'll get the government version of this, and I'm sure the numbers will be pretty well jacked because they manipulate the numbers. You can't really go off of anything, but it's all for the folks on Wall Street, of course, to sell, buy, sell the dip, you name it. That's exactly what they do. Yesterday, we get this as banks are literally begging Americans to take out loans and max out credit cards. What? Well, how the hell is that going to work? Most people are probably sitting at home only collecting, the government paychecks and that at this point, if they haven't returned to work. And as evidenced by the ADP report, they're probably not making that much if they're only in the service sector, right? Well, last month, when looking at the latest bank balance sheets, we showed that something was terminally broken in the U.S. financial system. Specifically, we showed that a stunning divergence had emerged between the total deposits at big banks, which had just hit a record high courtesy of the Fed's QE, quantitative easing, as the fungible reserves injected by the Fed end up as cash on bank balance sheets and offset the concurrent surge in deposits. And the stagnant loan books, which had barely budged since the Lehman bankruptcy, as most U.S. consumers have no pressing need to expand businesses and ventures, a startling confirmation of the woeful state of the U.S. economy when one peels away the fake facade of the record high stock market. And here you see what they are calling this divergence. This actually goes all the way back to 2008, folks, all the way back to 2008. And what has been happening since? Well, with rapidity, the old Federal Reserve has been injecting quantitative easing, 1, 2, 3, 4. And of course, now, especially over the last 18 months, it's been to the tune of about $120 billion a month. They've been injecting liquidity into the market. No time in history, by the way, has the Fed ever printed as much money as it has in the last 18 to 20 months in its entire history. Over $3 trillion now. But yeah, nobody's investing. Nobody's taking out loans. Nobody's doing anything. It's stagnated. And there you see that via the red line here, where it literally has not moved since 2008. In fact, looking at the charts below, one can see that all the Fed has done since the first financial crisis is to force bank balance sheets to grow ever larger, not due to loan growth, but to accommodate the trillions in reserves, which, alas, earn next to nothing unless they are invested directly in risk assets, as JP Morgan CIO Whale did back in 2012, with rather unfortunate results, and which screams that something is terminally broken with the entire financial system. But while the banks and financial analysts may pretend otherwise, everyone knows that such quote-unquote growth predicated on a reserve sugar high is hollow at best, and is why banks, whose entire net interest income depends on loan growth, are so desperate to hand out loans. Or are they? Are they willing to hand out loans? I don't know. I haven't gone to try and get a loan at this point in time. I have no real need to. But at the same time, if you don't have a job and don't have any source of income, who the hell is going to go try to get a loan? You know, it's circular logic here at the end of the day. And of course, the other thing they highlight is the tightened credit standards, loose credit standards. Right now, this is where we're at. The banks net are fairly loose with their credit standards. That's basically the same thing that happened prior to 2008 and what got us into the mess. They were basically saying, oh, no money down, you can buy a house. It doesn't matter if you can afford it or not. And lo and behold, what happened? These people didn't pay back their loans. And of course, there was tons of foreclosures and away we went. Well, what do you think is going to happen this time around? You think we're not going to see the same thing? Absolutely, we are. We're going to see all sorts of foreclosures and evictions and shit going on here over the next several months. The courts are going to be backed completely up. Unless and until we put our foot down and say enough is enough. And again, I'm going to have a lot more to say about that tomorrow over on the soapbox right after Radix, and I'll get into that. So that being said, I will drop the share and I'll cover the rest of the stuff that I have here in just a moment. Go ahead.
You just said I'm gonna cover the rest of my stuff in just a moment. I thought that meant you was gonna roll right on through your stuff.
Interjecting, so I assume you had something.
What was it going? No, anything I have is this frustrating stuff. Okay, like this. This is stuff I like stumble across. This is, if you're even a few days old, but you, what do you say? Every single person in here knows that what a HARP is. Every single person in here knows that they're hopefully every single person, I'm going to speak for everybody, but knows what Project Bluebeam, all the reports that came out of California when the weird looking lasers were hitting the ground and all of a sudden a fire was going to be there. Like it's stuff like this shit. Like, kudos to the photographer that apparently caught this picture. And I can imagine if it landed in the Epoch's time, they would have done their due diligence to make sure it wasn't, photoshopped. And you can say you can switch things and manipulate color, which you can. But again, I would think that the Epoch's time did their work. You can see the green here, the color of this color of this. How many natural things come straight down and are green like this shit? Like, I don't know. I mean, isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing if a photographer captures the moment yeah, that's because that's meteors I see all the time, appears to shoot into the mouth of a volcano. It just, of everywhere this damn thing could have went, it just so happens to shoot down in the mouth of a damn volcano. I don't know. I just see this shit and it's just kind of like, when are people going to wake up? These people have, uh, you know, weapons that can destroy countries, especially destroy cities. And it's like playing, what's that called? That game, Battleship. It's like playing Battleship. These people do not give a shit about us. They do not care about the village of people living down below. It's almost like I don't know. It literally is a board game to them. I move my feast first, where I'm going to throw it. And look here. Look what happened. Meteor. Yeah, that's what happened. I just saw that, found it. I'm sure people may have heard about it, but I just find that interesting that that's a meteor. This drops straight down. Usually, that's it. No, never mind. There you go. That's your science news for the day. You don't know the damn difference between a meteor and a fucking beam from a drone. I don't know.
All right.
Green.
Well, kind of along those lines, funny but not funny, Biden clarifies that forced eviction moratorium will not apply to unborn babies. Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
So out of DC, after concerns were raised by feminist groups and other bloodthirsty followers of the Canaanite god Moloch, Biden has released a statement clarifying that CDC's eviction moratorium will not apply to forcibly removing unborn babies from mothers' wombs. Yay, and there was much rejoicing. And listen, if someone wants to squat in your house forever until you and your whole family are financially ruined and on the streets, that's their God-given right, Jack. Unborn babies are different, though, said Biden to a venomous spider who he mistook for a Planned Parenthood lobbyist. This moratorium will still allow you to stab, dismember, chemically burn, and sell for parts any unwanted womb tenant you want. Kick them to the curb, I say. No one has a right to take up residence in your womb without consent. Planned Parenthood celebrated Biden's clarification, confirming they still plan to forcibly evict 1,000 babies every day until their vengeful god's insatiable bloodlust for human children is quenched. Democrat and Republican politicians also celebrated the clarification, as they will now be able to abort their secret mistresses of children without anyone finding out. As the moratorium continues, BlackRock and Planned Parenthood have teamed up to offer to help suffering landlords by buying their property and aborting their babies at a discount. So yeah, what a match made in heaven right there, BlackRock. And of course, I talked a little bit about BlackRock the other night. They are obviously buying up distressed properties. And of course, if you've ever watched the movie It's a Wonderful Life around Christmas time, you'll know that's exactly what is playing out here today. The same thing, buying shit up pennies on the dollar, forcing people out because of something that they themselves have created. But it gets better. Not only BlackRock, but Vanguard. Just yesterday, we find out that Vanguard offers $1,000 to vaccine holdouts to get jabbed. Yeah. So anytime you investigate all these companies, who the major shareholders are, it's BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street. Those are the top three. Vanguard is sweeting the pot, if you will, and says, you know what? Well, nuts to you guys offering, donuts and beer and silly things like that. Here's $1,000. Remember, when you were in college and local clinic would offer you $20 to participate in some benign medical experiment? Well, we are now at $1,000 and rising fast. Late last week, when we were stunned to report that Biden had called on states to bribe vaccine holdouts with a $100 mini stimmy to get vaccinated, we said that this infuriatingly perverted incentive would backfire spectacularly, as it would not only set expectations for even higher bribes by authorities and employers, but would also lead to far lower vaccination rates as the hesitant waited for even higher sums of money to get the jab. Well, we didn't have to wait long, did we? Sure enough, just one day later, we also reported that Walmart had upped the ante and was offering $150 for staff to get the COVID vaccine, which we now know does nothing to prevent the actual spread of the virus and is therefore not a social good, but merely minimizes the risk of hospitalization. And we concluded that the bribes are increasingly right on schedule. In 1 month, holdouts should get 4 digits. and thereby tweet via Zero Hedge on the 30th. Walmart doubles incentive to $150 to staff to get the vaccine. The bribes are increasingly right on schedule. Well, we must admit that we were very wrong. It took just 4 days. According to Bloomberg, Vanguard is now offering $1,000 to employees who get vaccinated by October. The giant asset manager is extending the payments to all workers who can prove they've gotten a COVID-19 vaccine, even if they were inoculated before the firm extended the offer. A Vanguard spokeswoman, confirmed the company is offering an incentive, not a bribe, incentive. See the words they choose here, folks? We are offering a vaccine incentive for crew who provide COVID-19 vaccination proof, she said in an emailed statement, adding that the company rewards employees who have taken the time to protect themselves, each other, and our communities by being vaccinated. And since Wall Street is all about following thought leaders, we expected that within 48 hours, most financial companies will piggyback and also offer similar cash bribes to their unjabbed employees. At that point, employee envy will emerge, and most U.S. companies will be met with social pressure to do the same. And then there is the question of why aren't these bribes retroactive? Surely some 165 million Americans feel very stupid right now for not waiting a few months and getting 1 month's rent for free. While in retrospect is a brilliant move by the Biden admin, instead of paying Americans directly to get vaccinated with the still experimental cocktail, the government has effectively outsourced the payment of stimmies to the private sector. Because while $100 is negligible, $1,000 starts to add up and amounts to almost a month of emergency COVID unemployment benefits of $300 a week. Which brings up the next question. If we went from $100 to $1,000 in less than a week, where will this bribing auction stop? Well, earlier today, when Joe Biden slipped up during his Cuomo presser that COVID bribes are $100,000 instead of $100, we joked that this is a Freudian slip and that the vastly larger number may well be the government's bogey before it's all said and done. And this apparently was from yesterday, talking about Cuomo, when, of course, the Freudian slip occurred. But yeah, I'm kind of considering it, really. I'm kind of considering holding out. We'll see if maybe BlackRock will up the ante. If they move it to 10 grand, I think I'm all in. And the only way I'm going to be all in is if I actually get the jab directly from the CEO himself. I'm down with that.
I'm going to say NC 111 says, since when did the CDC is the CDC writing legislation? I think that's exactly. That's exactly right. They don't have the ability to. It's kind of like the same thing they did before the election, when all these little everybody should be able to vote. They went and they legally changed the voting laws in the states without going through the proper channels. I mean, it's like it's like they keep pushing and pushing to see how much they get away with. And we're supposed to have these judicial systems and stuff that are in place to protect, the protocols and procedures that people are supposed to go through before they just up and decide to do something. But those are all blown apart. They're all infiltrated, and it's just disgusting. So it's gotten to the point. That's why I tweeted out to somebody, said something ridiculous on Twitter. And guys, listen, if you follow me on Twitter, Twitter is not my highlight in life. Okay. I'm not proud of my Twitter feed. It is like where I go. Twitter is horrible. It is a cesspool of, you think I'm bad here on my rants. I will flip out on somebody over there. Like somebody wrote something about what's going on with Cuomo and all these charges that are coming up. And of course, these people immediately will be like, well, okay, well, next you need to go to Jim Jordan and Trump. Or no, what about, no, that's what she said. Do you have them on video saying it? And I said, listen, idiot. He said, they let you. By the way, lawyer was in this person's tag. I said, they let you, implying consent. They let you, not forced them, let you. I said, and you are the shit that we need to scrape off into the ocean. It is so infuriating, because I swear to God, these people will read the headline of a Twitter feed and think that they are informed. It is So I get it. I get why Twitter is, it is not good for the soul. Most of these things aren't. Last night I watched I think it's called The Social Dilemma. It's like a Netflix documentary, and it had all these people from Instagram and Facebook. And I mean, we're talking like engineers, the people that help create things on the app itself, or like the like button in Facebook. All these people came together and contributed to this documentary, saying that they saw what it was doing to children. That, like these kids, they don't care anymore about forming personal relationships. They care more about what a stranger, gives them approval on a picture they post on Instagram, complete strangers. And so it is, how the deliberate dumbing down of America, me and Breaking read a few chapters of that, which I need to get back to, but I have so many books. But like the deliberate dumbing down of America was written, and what they're doing in the school systems to dumb these kids down, like, for example, with stuff like Common Core, where you have to do 160 steps to solve a simple math problem. The same thing can be said for these applications. They are making these children mentally unstable, depressed, have anxiety. It's horrifying. And I've said this before on here too. All you have to do is walk into any like little, Starbucks. God, don't sling me. Just saying, or like a restaurant, or somewhere where you see a group of young people, say late teenagers, early 20s, whatever, sit down at a table with these, say there's 3 girls, and watch what happens. They don't sit down at the table and start talking to each other and communicating and asking each other what's been going on in their lives. I bet you every single one of them is going to have a cell phone stuffed in their face. And if they haven't sat down, it's not going to be there for long. The suicide and the depression and the anxiety rate since all these apps and stuff were launched, blows my mind. It blows my mind. But I want to show this one thing, these 2 things really, really quick. And speaking on that other thing I brought up, when I mentioned that their favorite Anon and kind of stuff that had, guys, I'm into studying like the symbolism part of stuff. I have been. I'm trying to get back there because I enjoyed that stuff. It takes a toll on you, but it's some of the most interesting stuff. But anyway, and one of those was these links, okay? And if you guys remember, this link was in there, right? It's the Tedros, the guy that's the director of WHO in China, have enjoyed a long and productive partnership. WHO is proud to have supported the overseas training of more than 2,000 Chinese health workers, grateful for China's commitment to strengthening health systems in other countries through its Belt and Road Initiative. This was January the 16th of 2019. January, we all know that was Sheila sitting in the middle of there. They're all laughing. Remember, we did the dig on what building it was, all that other stuff. And so, of course, I'm going to pull this up as a refresher about Shiva. And I don't know how many of you remember where it says he is the master of both poison and medicine. I just thought that was interesting. Master of both poison and medicine. And you have WHO in China sitting at a table roughly a few months before all this shit hit the fan. And of all deities they have sitting in the middle of that table, it's that one. Just thought that was interesting. And then the last but not least, so I can try to brighten your day up even more. 644% increase in Haitians illegally crossing the U.S. border. Look at all those poor women and children. I'll blow that up for you. Look at there's a woman. She's not missed a meal. Okay. And I also want you to take note of how these people are dressed. They're supposed to have taken the people trying to convince you they're walking somewhere. They've walked hundreds of miles to really, because I don't see a staunch of dirt on these people's clothes. Look at this dude's plaid shirt right here. Looks like he literally woke up this morning, took a shower, put on his Sunday best, and walked, 15 feet. These people do not look like people that have taken long. Look at her hair. There ain't even growth in her hair. I don't know if you know how braids work. But anyway, I saw that picture, and then where's it at? Yep. Look at all these poor, defenseless refugees. I mean, don't have a dollar to their name, coming to here for the dream. They managed to find matching shoes before they got to the wall. This dude in his flashy tiger shirt. I mean, look at this. Again, notice this dude is wearing white. Look at the dirt they're standing on. If a good puff of wind came along, you'd expect to see some dirt on this damn hoodie or this sweatshirt. They're being bussed in. I think all of you know that by now. But just so you know. And now they're all saying that they fled from Haiti and they've been living in South America. But guess what? If you're out there in New York, guys, you're out there in New York, get ready. Because when he asked a few of them, guess where they're headed? Anybody want to take a guess? I gave you a little hint back there. Gave you a little hint. Yeah, that's right. They said they're heading for New York. Yippee-ki-yay, New Yorkers. I'm sure you can't wait for this shit. It's fan. There we go. Here it is. One Haitian couple said they left Haiti 2 years ago with their 9-month-old baby born in Chile. They plan to live in New York. One woman said she left Haiti in 2012 and lived in Dominican Republic. She plans to live in Brooklyn, New York. Yep. That's what's happening, folks. So there you go. 644% increase. I'll show you this one thing before I let turn it over. There's under the bridge. Largest group of migrants has ever seen held by the Border Patrol. Again, Biden's not being accused of being some tyrant or brown shirt or anything. This news crew had to fly a drone to get these pictures. Why? Because Biden still won't let the press pull in there to take any pictures of what the hell's going on. And I wonder why. I'm sure it's because everything's pristine. Everything's so sterile. Everything's so great that, that's why it is. I just don't want the media in there to muck it all up, show some pictures of the perfection. Now, remember when this was Trump? What was said about him? Just a curious little thing. Yeah. That's underneath your bridge there, Texas. God help you. And by the way, I'm going to say it one more time. 1 million people. 1 million people. That's just how many the Border Patrol knows about. So let's just double that. Say that's how many people that Border Patrol has not caught. Because that's at least the amount. 2 million people flooded through our border in the last 7 months. At the very least, $3,500 is paid to MS-13 for every single head. That's the bare minimum. That's me lowballing it, lowballing it. Because it depends on where they go, where they're crossing. It could be 30 at the lowest is 3,500, all the way up to almost 20 grand if they want to go to somewhere like Houston. So again, the Biden administration has managed to make MS-13 billionaires this year within a few months. So yeah, thanks. I'm sure MS-13 appreciates that, Mr. Biden. There's your little fun fact for the day. All right, you can go right on ahead, sir.
All right. Well, this just come out today, and this is going to go in my monthly book, and that I kick out over to Patreon. But for $1 a day, double-blinded ivermectin study reveals COVID patients recover more quickly and are less infectious. Gee, who would have thunk? So a double-blinded Israeli study has concluded that ivermectin, an inexpensive anti-parasitic widely used since 1981, reduces both the duration and infectiousness of COVID-19, according to the Jerusalem Post. It says a study conducted by Professor Eli Schwartz, founder of the Center for Travel Medicine and Tropical Disease at Sheba Medical Center in Tel Hashimer, looked at some 89 eligible volunteers over the age of 18 who had tested positive for coronavirus and were living in state-run COVID-19 hotels. After being divided into two groups, 50% received ivermectin and 50% received a placebo. Each patient was given the drug for 3 days in a row, an hour before eating. 83% of participants were symptomatic at recruitment. 13.5% of patients had comorbidities of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, chronic respiratory disease, hypertension, or cancer. The median age of the patients was 35, ranging from 20 to 71 years old. So, what were the results, you ask? Well, treatment was discontinued on the third day, and patients were monitored every 2 days thereafter. By day 6, 72% of those treated with ivermectin tested negative for the virus, versus 50% of those who received the placebo. Meanwhile, just 13% of ivermectin patients were able to infect others after 6 days compared to 50% of the placebo group, nearly 4 times as many. Hospitalizations. 3 patients in the placebo group were admitted to hospitals for respiratory symptoms, while 1 ivermectin patient was hospitalized for shortness of breath the day the study began, only to be discharged a day later and sent back to the hotel in good condition, according to the study. Our study shows, first and foremost, that ivermectin has antiviral activity, said Schwartz, adding, it also shows that there is almost a 100% chance that a person will be non-infectious in 4 to 6 days, which could lead to shortening isolation time for these people. This could have a huge economic and social impact. The study, which appeared on the medRxiv preprint server and has not yet been peer-reviewed. That said, Schwartz pointed out that similar studies, though not all of them conducted to the same double-blind and placebo standards as his, also showed favorable results for the drug. And here is the study in question. Favorable outcome on viral load and cultural viability using ivermectin in early treatment of non-hospitalized patients with mild COVID-19, a double-blind randomized placebo-controlled trial. This was kicked out on the 31st of May. Again, it states that this is a preprint, not been peer-reviewed. Here you can read through the abstract, background, methods, results, etc., etc. And that being said, here is the paper, which you can also find, about 23-pager, favorable outcome on viral load and cultural viability using ivermectin in early treatment of non-hospitalized patients with mild COVID-19, a double-blinded randomized placebo-controlled trial. And again, that's by the gentleman that penned the article here, Mr. Eli Schwartz. Here's the first couple pages of it. There's the abstract. Ivermectin, an antiparasitic agent, also has antiviral properties. Our aim was to assess whether ivermectin can shorten the viral shedding in patients at an early stage of COVID infection. That background right there is very revealing, is it not? Because haven't we been told that there's no worries of shedding or anything by these folks? And it doesn't say explicitly, and I haven't read through all 23 pages of the study yet to see whether or not these people who had the mild symptoms had indeed actually taken a jab of some sort either. So there's that. The article continues, says ivermectin is incredibly cheap due to its widespread use across the world to treat malaria, scabies, lice, and other parasitic infections. In Bangladesh, the cost of ivermectin is around 60 cents to $1.80 for a 5-day course, according to the report. In Israel, it costs up to $10 per day. While Schwartz's study showed efficacy among those who had already tested positive, it didn't determine whether ivermectin is an effective prophylactic, which could prevent one from contracting COVID-19, nor does it show whether it reduces chances of hospitalization. However, Schwartz noted that other studies have shown such evidence. It says, for example, the study published earlier this year in the American Journal of Therapeutics highlighted that a review by the Frontline COVID-19 Critical Care Alliance summarized findings from 27 studies on the effects of ivermectin for the prevention and treatment of COVID-19 infection, concluding that ivermectin demonstrates a strong signal of therapeutic efficacy against COVID-19. Another recent review found that ivermectin reduced deaths by 75%, the report said, again, out of the Jerusalem Post. And in case you're wondering, there is a study out of American Journal of Therapeutics stating ivermectin for prevention and treatment of COVID-19 infection, a systematic review, meta-analysis, and trial sequential analysis to inform clinical guidelines. That was kicked out on August 2021. So this is very, very recent. Background on this says repurposed medicines may have a role against the SARS-CoV-2 virus. The antiparasitic ivermectin with antiviral and anti-inflammatory properties has now been tested in numerous clinical trials. And so it'll go on and on that. It says, as a post notes, ivermectin has been actively opposed as a COVID treatment by the World Health Organization, the FDA, and pharmaceutical companies. The FDA has not approved ivermectin for use in treating or preventing COVID-19 in humans, it said. Ivermectin tablets are approved at very specific doses for some parasitic worms. And there are topical, on the skin, formulations for head lice and skin conditions like rosacea. Ivermectin is not an antiviral drug for treating viruses. Taking large doses of this drug is dangerous and can cause serious harm. Wait a minute. Didn't we have this little thing called a right to try under Trump? Why shouldn't we? Mere discussion of the drug has resulted in big tech censoring or deplatforming thought leaders in collaboration with the Biden administration. Meanwhile, Merck Company, which manufactured the drug in the 1980s, has come out big against the use of ivermectin to treat COVID-19. In February, the company's website read, company scientists continue to carefully examine the findings of all available and emerging studies of ivermectin for the treatment of COVID-19 for evidence of efficacy and safety. It is important to note that, to date, our analysis has identified no scientific basis for a potential therapeutic effect against COVID-19 from preclinical studies. No meaningful evidence for clinical activity or clinical efficacy in patients with COVID-19 disease, and a concerning lack of safety data in the majority of studies. As the post points out, Merck has not launched a single study of its own on ivermectin. You would think Merck would be happy to hear that ivermectin might be helpful to corona patients and try to study it. But they are most loudly declaring the drug should not be used, said Schwartz. 1 billion people took it. They gave it to them. It's a real shame. In closing, the research team writes that developing new medications can take years. Therefore, identifying existing drugs that can be repurposed against COVID-19 and that already have an established safety profile through decades of use could play a critical role in suppressing or even ending the SARS-CoV-2 pandemic. Using repurposed medications may be especially important because it could take months, possibly years, for much of the world's population to get vaccinated, particularly among low to middle income populations. So, out of Jerusalem, and of course, we know that Israel is a heavily vaxxed country, been pushing the jab. Here, even today, or maybe yesterday, they were talking that they're getting ready to relock down here in a couple weeks, perhaps by September. For what, I have no idea, because now the narrative is shift to the case-demic, not the pandemic. No, it's all about cases. And the one thing I did see in this particular study that kind of rubs me wrong is the fact that the way they went about diagnosing COVID is still using the flawed PCR test. Now, granted, they probably held that constant regardless of whether or not you're taking ivermectin versus the placebo, et cetera, fine. But at the end of the day, the PCR test is flawed. The CDC has come out and said they're phasing it out by the end of the year. So what exactly are we looking at here? What can we trust? Why is the media hyping this up? Why are we locking down? Why are we having to remask if people have already taken the frickin' jab? And they said, per Joe, in his own words, that, hey, if you take the jab, you're not going to have to mask up. You're good to go. But now you get Pfizer piping in over to Israel, sending more jabs over, saying, hey, well, if you took 2, 3 must be better because Delta's out. Well, wait a minute. Hang on a second here. Lambda's out. Shouldn't the media be telling us to be scared about Lambda by now? I mean, dear God, Delta was so like a month ago. Why are we so scared of Delta when, hey, we're traipsing right down the Greek alphabet here? Mind you, they skipped a few letters between Delta and Lambda. But hey, what do I know? We're not supposed to know our Greek alphabet now, are we? Freaking idiots. Apparently they think we were stupid.
Well, I'll play this in reflection of what you're saying now, because I just, I mean, it's a power grab. These people have gotten a taste of power. They want to control your life. They've got this godlike mentality where they're getting to tell people whether or not they can eat ice cream or go watch a movie or go to a birthday party or see a loved one that's dying in the hospital. They are sick. And if COVID hasn't done one thing, it's exposed how sick these people are. Remember the whole group that was shouting about your body, your choice, and your autonomy and you should be respected for your pronouns and all this other shit. Now we got this shit.
So today I announce a new approach, which we're calling the Key to NYC Pass. The key to New York City. When you hear those words, I want you to imagine the notion that because someone's vaccinated, they can do all the amazing things that are available in this city. This is a miraculous place, literally full of wonders. And if you're vaccinated, all that's going to open up to you. You'll have the key. You can open the door. But if you're not...
Then think about this.
Yeah, think about that.
Why is he saying this? Why are they pushing it as back to normal? You can get your life back. You can open the key to the city and enjoy all these wonderful things if you're vaccinated. This is propaganda. Whether it's effective or not, whether you should take the vaccine or not, I think it's your family's choice. But this is propaganda. This is a person using tactics to force you to take something that you don't have to take at this point. They're forcing you. They're telling you your life is going to be miserable if you don't do what they want you to do. Will convince somebody.
Pass will be a first in the nation approach. And it will require NYC Pass will be a first in the nation approach.
The NYC Pass, first in the nation approach, because New York's doing so gosh dang well. Look around at how many people are just beat. There's a 64-year-old man the other day got the total living shit beat out of him by a black man. Hashtag King James with the accountability bullshit. They got the shit beat out of him in broad daylight. New York, and now they're going to get an influx of a bunch of people from Haiti down at the damn border. I'm telling you. Anyway, keep going.
It will require vaccination for workers and customers in indoor dining, in indoor fitness facilities, indoor entertainment facilities. This is going to be a requirement. The only way to patronize these establishments indoors will be if you're vaccinated. I
want you to look at what this word too. Launching August 16th, enforced September 3rd. What's enforced mean? What's that enforced mean? What's going to happen if you don't comply? They're going to use the defunded police to come and arrest you? Is that enforcement? I'm going to see what these New York cops think about this shit.
Vaccinate at least one dose. The same for folks in terms of work. They'll need at least one dose.
I'm telling you right now, it's freaking horrifying. I'm going to show you one other thing, and we'll stop my audio so it doesn't. I wish I could do this without having to keep. Anyway, I don't know how to do that without doing it like this. Go back and share and then reshare. I think 412 knows how to do it. I'm going to have to ask him. But I saw this too, and I think, Breaking, you mentioned this about the British Navy group issues warning of potential ship hijacking off the coast of the UAE, right? We talked about this?
Not on air, but yes, yesterday that took place, and ultimately it's the typical tit for tat back and forth between Israel and Iran.
No, what bothers me, okay, and again, it's weird how timing is for me sometimes. And what's weird for me is that, of course they're going to blame it, but analysts suspect Iranian forces are behind the hijack. The Revolutionary Guards from Iran's rubbish reports. So they're, like you said, they're trying to blame it on Iran. And do you remember? I wonder if I could do this in real time. Do you remember the Wesley Clark video where he
7 countries in 7 years?
Yeah. That to me is
Iran does not have a Rothschild bank.
Here we go. This is it. Hang on, sorry, I got to reshare my audio. But this is what that reminded me of. Why would they blame Iran if that's like an agenda or propaganda? Well, what the hell can we believe anymore anyway, people? This right here.
To worry about.
You think of this?
Iraq, not Iran. I knew why. Because I'd been through the Pentagon right after 9/11. About 10 days after 9/11, I went through the Pentagon and I saw Secretary Rumsfeld and Deputy Secretary Wolfowitz. I went downstairs just to say hello to some of the people on the Joint Staff who used to work for me. And one of the generals called me and he said, "Sir, you got to come in. You got to come in and talk to me a second." I said, "Well, you're too busy." He said, "No." He says, "We've made the decision. We're going to war with Iraq." This was on or about the 20th of September. I said, we're going to war with Iraq. Why? He said, I don't know. He said, I guess they don't know what else to do. So I said, well, did they find some information connecting Saddam to Al-Qaeda? He said, no. He says, there's nothing new that way. They just made the decision to go to war with Iraq. He said, I guess it's like we don't know what to do about terrorists, but we've got a good military and we can take down governments. And he said, I guess if the only tool you have is a hammer, every problem has to look like a nail. So I came back to see him a few weeks later, and by that time we were bombing in Afghanistan. I said, are we still going to war with Iraq? And he said, oh, it's worse than that. He said, he reached over on his desk, he picked up a piece of paper, he said, I just got this down from upstairs, meaning the Secretary of Defense's office today, and he said, this is a memo that describes how we're going to take out 7 countries in 5 years, starting with Iraq and then Syria, Lebanon, Libya, Somalia, Sudan, and finishing off Iran. I said, is it classified? He said, yes, sir. I said, well, don't show it to me. And I saw him a year or so ago, and I said, you remember that? He said, sir, I didn't show you that memo. I didn't show it to you.
As soon as I read that, and then blaming Iran, I was like,
they're a little behind schedule. And just as they're behind schedule and have hurried up and rushed through all their great reset stuff, they're making huge mistakes. And it's a good thing, because as painful as it is to us, our standard of living, and having to go through all this crap behind the scenes, I don't think if we would have had Trump in office at this point that we would have seen it to this degree. You have to show the people. We were told that. You can't tell people, you have to show them. And what better way to do that, unfortunately, than what we're having to experience right now, because everything that was in the dark is being forced into the light. And they're making mistakes. They're getting caught red-handed. We're disrupting things. And lo and behold, they can't move forward unless they take out the U.S. Period.
Yeah, you just made me think of something else. And I was trying to find it quickly on here. I think it was 404. He played a clip of John Kerry standing next to Biden and saying, I'm so glad basically we have him in office, because now we can make up for lost time. So there's something to that effect. And it was just
Biden's just a puppet. You get all these puppets across the world parroting the same thing. And I see that Anne Marie 711 says money to be made, building back better. Yeah, build back better. How many different world leaders have you heard that trope come from? It comes from the World Economic Forum, the Davos elite. I call them parasites, because that's what they are. They're human parasites on the rest of us. They think they're entitled. They think they know better than you. They don't. They're freaking idiots. And it's time we put them back inside the box they belong in. Perhaps 6 feet under.
Yeah, well, and I'm going to say this. This is a little off because I was scrolling down the feed, and I would show this as well. Is the amount of shit all of us took when we tried to talk about the virus in the lab, and so many people were banned. This channel was demonetized as for medical misinformation, and I have reached back out to them and said, "Look, you've demonetized me over this shit. Now it's common knowledge." Now, all the stuff we talked about, the masks, the fact that we knew the microbial units of COVID was from 0.03 to 0.05, that those cloth masks were like a walking around with bacteria rags on your face. So much so that this is exactly in real time how they hurry up, try to spin a narrative and act like the shit they've been saying for a damn year. What are you talking about? This is what Fauci's doing now. I never said that the lab wasn't a theory. And we could roll the tape on the times that he was like, no, in my expertise, the lab is not lab, it's natural. Of all the times we have those clips. And then they act like they never damn said it. Wonder why we don't trust these assholes. But this shit is what was played on CNN. A couple days ago, yesterday, the day before, CNN finally admits the cloth masks don't work now. Says vaccinated, unvaccinated need to wear N95. Since look, CNN.
know today that many of the face cloth coverings that people wear are not very effective in reducing any of the virus movement in or out. Either you're breathing out or you're breathing in. And in fact, if you're in the upper Midwest right now, anybody who's wearing their face cloth covering can tell you they can smell all the smoke that we're still getting. We need to talk about better masking. We need to talk about N95 respirators, which would do a lot.
Yeah, now they're going to talk about N95s. Now, you know, because they can't just come out and say that they're worthless. I'm sorry, go ahead.
That dude is a moron. It says right on the side of a package of an N95 freaking mask, it does not protect against COVID. Does not protect against it. N95
we all know that.
In the package. Well, I don't know what 3 people are still watching CNN at this point, but
no, their ratings are down. The point I was trying to make is that is how they quickly try to change a narrative and act like that's always been their point of view when we all know better. The gaslighting is ridiculous.
We should quit just showing their stuff altogether. Stop giving them limelight and giving them credence and credibility where it's not deserved, because they don't. They have no viewership. People are not watching them, MSNBC. It's not news at all. It's pure propaganda. And I think we do ourselves, frankly, a disservice by continuing to show their crap.
I don't think so. And I'll tell you the reason why. Because I'm always hopeful that one day somebody will stumble on this live stream and go, well, what is this? What are they talking about? And I have said this since my early days to Soapbox. The highlight of my time over there is watching someone in a chat room. This is why I'm so open with my chat rooms, and it's really hard to get banned over here. My highlight would be to watch somebody enter a chat room and be like, oh, Soko, you're full of crap. I don't believe that. Blah, 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 blah. Then watch them sit in there for 2 or 3 days and come back, whether they had disagreed or not. And then watch that same person a week later be like, I looked into that and y'all were right. I actually looked into the documents. That to me is why I do all this. I do it for that one person that maybe stumble in and is completely blind to the truth, and they can watch a show and hopefully something about that person or something they've covered makes them go on a journey like we've all been on. That's my hope. And I mean, look at how many people thought Fox was the bastion of truth. And even on people that we're talking to today thought, no, Fox is on our side. Fox is this, Fox is that. Everybody daggum, but a lot of people felt that way. And now ask them how they feel about it. So people can change their minds and their opinions. It just takes information and exposing how they do it, how they flip the switch and then act like they don't know what you're talking about when you call them out on it. I still fully believe, I don't know why Tucker Carlson gets away with what he gets away with, but Tucker will bring people on air that, like the guy that inventor of the mRNA, when he was being banned off everything, Tucker brought him on air and talked to him about it. And the people can have their issues with him, and listen, that's their right. I'm not mad at anyone, but that I've played clips to you of where he's highlighted things that it seems like nobody else on Fox will talk about or anywhere else for that matter.
No,
and by the way,
information. Go ahead.
I'm just going to say this one more thing because this is hilarious. By the way, vaccinated and ready to F. I mean, you are a winner. Winner, chicken dinner. Look at the ladies lining up for that stud. Please, if you're going to walk around with a shirt like that, I'm guarantee you the last thing you're getting is that word. Just anyway.
Probably.
I don't know where Daddy is, by the way. I messaged him and I haven't heard from him. So I don't know if he's been busy or what's going on with Daddy.
Yeah, I don't see the usual folks coming over from across the pond today in the chat unless he's still running. I don't know. But you did mention information. I do want to highlight that real quick. Probably by week's end here, folks, I am actually going to release a dump of information pertaining to COVID and my tracking since the inception of this last year. Probably have north of 10,000 plus articles net in the old archives net. Just started filtering a lot of that stuff out, getting it kind of tidied up. Probably will continue to add to it over the subsequent next couple 2-3 days, get it tidied up a little bit and get that out. you guys will be able to download that and run with it, grab all the various links to articles, word search it, whatever you need to do to paint your case, basically to armor ourselves up with all the information you could possibly want, videos, studies, you name it, it's all going to be there. Is it a perfect list? No, of course not. But it's a heck of a start for somebody who probably is not wise to what is going on. So I'll probably end up having to do a show to kind of explain it, if nothing else, how you can get around the data at the end of the day. And just like what I did with the voter fraud related stuff, which is still pinned to my Gab channel, I'll probably do the same thing on Gab, and I'll leave both of those pinned there. So look for that. I'm going to hold myself to it. I've been thinking about it for a while, trying to get it done. I finally got to jump on it last night, and yeah, it's been a work in progress, and every day it's, articles added, more stuff, more people talking about it, this, that, the other. And so it's just a matter of tagging all my data and getting it sorted and ready, and voila, here we are.
Yeah, the 3 new systems off the coast of Africa with chances of developing have suddenly appeared. Watching local weather now. 3 new systems off the coast of Africa. Uh-oh. Well, there goes Africa. A nosy poke said in Foxhole that apparently that Daddy said that he had an appointment today. Sorry, guys. Daddy usually will message me. He hasn't sent me anything about him not being here, which is what it is. Hopefully he's all right. I don't know what the appointment is for, but I'm sure it's just a regular one. Or I hope he would let me know if something else was going on. So there's that breaking Spectre.
Well, there is a video that was played earlier. Maybe we got time to play some of this. It is pretty good. Yeah. If I can find it here, let me grab it and cue this up. Maybe take us even to the top of the hour if Dee Dee is not coming in.
Well, yeah, okay. Before you do, I'm just going to tell y'all guys to look for me to be. We had a kind of like a troll in Foxhole the other day. He crossed a line. He started hang on, to see out there. Hang on. That's why Kobe One is now a mod out in Foxhole. He knows what I'm talking about. I think his name was PSA, and he was kind of highlighting about the evilness and what they do to children. But he went a little bit too far, and he started kind of accusing people in chat of being, pedos. And I was like, no, we ain't doing that shit. So, but it did make me think about why I got involved in this movement and the things that I research, and why I haven't minded even staying in the background for the majority of my time here is because it wasn't about me. It was about, for me, saving these kids and highlighting what these sick people are into, and the hard things for people to hear. It is difficult, but guys, these kids don't get to bury their head in the sand. They have to endure it. The least thing we can do is spread the message on what's going on. So I'm saying that to say, there was a person that I used to watch a lot, and of course they were kicked off every daggum platform. And I finally found them the other day, and I reached out to them. So as you look for the next, especially couple of weeks, for me to be showcasing some of the darker side of what goes on in these pits of hell, like the Epstein worlds and the Soros's world stuff, the underbelly of it that honestly isn't getting a lot of coverage now. I know a lot of stuff's going on with the election and the border and the finance part of things, and all those things are really important. I get it. But I also, hopefully we don't forget why these people seem awful happy all of a sudden. When I hear about the southern border, I think about the undocumented children and how easy it is for them to get lost. I will have to exclusively do it on the Foxhole because I have no doubt that other stream will probably ban me for some of the subject matter that I'm going to cross and I'm going to share with you guys. So look for that. It has been on my heart a lot here lately, and I'm just going to do it. So he's got some really good videos put together. He's offered to allow me to do it, and so I'm going to do it. And so hopefully you guys enjoy it. But it's not for kids, by the way. This is not for children. If you have kids when you see me come on and it's not our regular time, please make sure your kids aren't around before you have them sit next to you. I will try to have like a little warning up or something, but this is mature audiences only whenever I broadcast that stuff, because it's some stuff you don't want your kids to see. All right, go ahead, Ray.
All right. That being said, I've got this queued up here in the Edinburgh CISD board meeting here that recently took place back toward the end of July here. This guy that's going to get up here and talk is going to pretty much browbeat most of the school board here, and he's got some pretty interesting things to say. So sit back, relax. This should run maybe about 20 minutes, I think, and we'll go from there.
Next, we have Miguel Escobar.
Hello, board members. My name is Miguel Escobar, and first I'd like to thank everybody who partakes in the district in giving.
I can't really hear it. Is the audio low?
I'm a physician assistant, and I've worked in healthcare for over 15 years. I have been working in the Valley in cardiology at the hospitals for about 3 years. And right now I work in internal medicine, and I also work with the Border Patrol screening the immigrants that come in. So I've had firsthand experience with COVID, especially before anybody in the media knew about it.
Breaking up. Can you turn the audio up anyway?
Talk about
that's as far as I can get it.
There. First of all, most people don't know in the general population the actual facts of what's going on with COVID, okay? Number one, they don't know where to look for it because it's very complicated.
Can you guys hear it out there? Maybe it's just me, but I had it probably cranked up on the YouTube side, and I could
to actually dig in deep and see the facts that are out there. Number three, and the most important, is that the government and many entities are actually censoring true factual information that I'm about to present to you. You can't find it. It's not out there. I understand that you might have some doctors on your board or doctors that come and help you out, but I can tell you one thing. If they're telling you something different than I'm about to tell you, they're either one, misinformed, and they're not looking in the right places. Two, they're straight up lying to you. And that would lead me to believe that who's influencing you to
so
say
can you guys hear this? Check my chats.
Is absolutely obliterous. You could be run over by a car and you go into the ER, you say I'm short of breath because your blood is filling your lungs, and if they test you for COVID, you died of COVID, not a car accident.
It's low.
You could have known severe cardiovascular disease, which is what I'm.
Okay, some people saying they can hear it, some people saying it's low.
An absolute 100% heart attack, but they test you for COVID. What did you die of? COVID. What just happened about 2 weeks ago? CDC is now telling all the laboratories to stop using the PCRs that we've been using this whole time because they cannot decipher between the flu and COVID. So we have to stop using them. That information alone should stop this whole ridiculousness, okay? Number two, the masks. What is the dirtiest spot on your body? It is your mouth. I'm pretty sure no one here would sit there and smell their anus and their private parts all day because that seems disgusting. But your mouth is dirtier than your private parts. Why would you sniff the bacteria that comes out of your mouth all day long and force that on our children? That is wrong. That is psychologically affects them, and you're going to implore more infections on them. There are literally studies that I can prove to you that are on the CDC website that are randomized controlled studies that show that nor hand washing nor wearing surgical masks, especially anything less than that, actually prevents you from getting infected, whether if you're infected or you're trying to prevent an infection. I can sit here alone on that topic for at least 3 hours and talk to you about how that is so ridiculous. Let's get to the most important part because I'm very limited on time and I could sit here for hours and talk to you about this. The unvaccinated theory is nothing but BS, okay? Does anyone here know, especially the medical professionals here, that the CDC about a month and a half ago changed the requirement for hospitals and clinics to count a COVID case? If you are now vaccinated, you don't have to register that person as a COVID case if they have COVID. Even if they're in the hospital and dying of COVID, if they were vaccinated, you don't have to count that as a COVID case. Why are people saying, oh, the unvaccinated are filling the hospitals? Because the CDC has literally changed that. So if you get COVID and you're vaccinated, you don't count into the pool of people that are vaccinated. Does anybody here know that? I doubt it. Do we also know of the change in the PCR test? No, I doubt that. So you're a board for education, not health. There's never been a study on social distancing or any of these ridiculous partitioners that are in between you. So you're telling me that you're safe to breathe, but we're not safe to breathe? Even on the CDC, after 15 minutes of being in the same room with somebody, you're breathing in the same air, okay? So let's get past this ridiculousness because it doesn't work. And then the vaccines, just a whole other nutshell case in itself. In 6 months, more people have died from this vaccine than in 20 years of every single vaccine given in America. Let that sink in. In 6 months, 12,000. And the VAERS reporting system, Harvard, who everyone should trust here, did a major study, and they found out that only 1% of all the adverse effects and deaths are actually reported. So imagine that. If 12,000 we know now have died, that's only 1%. 1%. What just came out last week that probably no one here knows because it's been censored. There was just now a lawsuit that went up against the CDC and the FDA because they found out that these pharmaceutical companies created their own adverse effects agencies where the reporting is happening there. And they found out that it seems now that in 3 days, over 45,000 people have died because of vaccine. I work with people who have COVID and not. I know more people that have died from the vaccine than that have died from the COVID, okay? I can sit here and give you so much information that will boggle your brain. Now, it is not our duty here to figure out what is going on in this country. Why are we being misinformed? Okay, that's not our duty. I could help you, but your duty is to focus on our children's education, okay? And the buildings and whatnot that you have said, which is awesome that you take your pride in that, not my child's vaccination status, okay? That is not your duty. And you should be worried about people wanting to vaccinate their children when this has killed more children than has ever happened in any history of vaccines. I have all this information and it's readily accessible. My email is miguel.a.escobar55@gmail.com. Miguel A. Escobar 55@gmail.com. I can provide you over 1,000 pieces of literature, especially over 300 showing that hydroxychloroquine and ivermectin actually work. Because everyone that I have personally treated, I know not one person in my section of family or friends that has been hospitalized or died. So this whole craziness about the unvaccinated, no. You can still get COVID if you are vaccinated. You can still spread COVID if you are vaccinated. That is a false statement if someone thinks that because you are vaccinated, you are not going to spread this. And the biggest one of all is that there is still no proof that a child has actually infected a teacher or caused a death in any school in the world. Why are we worried about our children? If you truly care about their safety and their wellness, then why hasn't anyone mentioned that children in 2020 increased their suicide rates by fivefold? Fivefold. You want to know why my 3K, 4K student isn't going to go to Edinburgh? Because your protocols. Because most of the people that I talk to, who I'm also in the upper echelons, I'm a PA. I've lived here for long enough to know who runs around here. We don't want to put our children where you're going to put these partitioners or wearing a mask, or my kid's going to have to worry because he's touching and hugging his friend, which we've been doing the whole time. Why? Because I'm not going to sit at home on a TV screen making sure that my kid watches a screen when I don't even let him watch TV to begin with. Why are we going in reverse, people? I know everybody here probably partook in a chickenpox party like myself. I'm old enough to do that. Hey, it's okay. Let him get a little dirty. Why are we so scared of germs? Germs are what create immunity in the body. And what vaccines and medicine is trying to mimic in our bodies is the immune system. There is nothing stronger than our own immune system. With the school, if they really want to make a difference, and I can tell you this because I've served on many boards. I'm very active in the PA Society, and I've been very active in politics my whole life. If you really want to make a difference, do what no one else is doing. Not one person at the CDC, FDA, or any of the AMA, you name it, DHR, none of them, STHS, nobody will sit here and tell the most unhealthiest city in America, voted twice now, okay? Hey, go exercise. Hey, focus on your eating. Hey, go outside, do something, because the only way you're not going to get sick of COVID and the only way we're going to really help the community into lowering deaths of people that are going to die because they're unhealthy is to eat healthy and be healthy. And for our children, part of that is our social interactions. Our 3K, 4K completely depend on facial recognition and trusting a face that you can see, not a masked face. I would never put my child in that. And the people that I talk to thousands of people a day, and you can see my spirit here, okay? And believe me, I will let them know. Do not get vaccinated, and don't put your child in something that's going to lower their education. It's going to lower everything about what's going on right now. We should not live in fear. If we start this with prayer, then you should know that God tells you don't live in fear. We're always going to live in infections. We're always going to live with diseases. The only way to get around that is live healthy, be healthy. So I implore you all, please look at the facts. Don't go by what the media says because it's straight up lies. I can prove this to you 100%. I work in a facility at the Donna facilities. I work with children and adults all day long. We've seen over 70,000 people in tents that are like this, like this. Do you think people wear masks in there? Why do you think they don't want people to go in there with cameras? Because it would put the whole pandemic to shame. Because no one's vaccinated, no one's wearing a mask. Everybody's pretty much sick because they're immune. Imagine people coming over for a month. Their immune system is to the floor, but not one person has died of COVID. And just right now, another study that just came out by Johns Hopkins just came out with a study with over 48,000 kids showing that no healthy child died of COVID, that the only children that died of COVID were the very severely ill, which most of those children can't even be in school. So get over the fear. The masks don't work, okay? Hug thy neighbor, love thy neighbor, and everything will be okay. God bless you all. I hope that you actually inquire to me because most doctors that I know have no idea what I'm talking about, and they do not know where to search for this information. I can show you the randomized controlled trials if that's what you want. I can show you the evidence. I can give you affiliations to doctor groups that I'm part of that are actually suing companies and CDC and FDA to make a change. If you want to be the district that all the children go to, be the one that makes the change. Because I'm telling you, parents out there are starting to realize what's going on. And this is not a health board. This is a school board. God bless you all. And thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Uh-oh. Is that it? Oh, shit.
Oops, there we go. Helps if I unmute. Anyway, as I was saying, mind you, I was muted. Yeah, the audio is a little bit low. Jacked it as much as possible. Hopefully got the link out to all you guys on all the various platforms. You will have to go to about an hour and 30 minutes in before that guy appears, having cycled through some of the folks sitting in the audience here. So flash forward to about the 1 hour, 30-minute mark. You'll see that guy. You guys can play it locally on your machines if you missed it or audio too low to hear. Makes some very good points. And I would say that this guy is pretty well informed, which is, I would venture to say, probably most of you guys listening here today. Again, nothing to fear here. We're always going to be attacked with various bacteria, viruses, but at the end of the day, we were fearfully and wonderfully made. God didn't make a mistake. And unfortunately, Jackass, the little God wannabe emperor that he thinks of himself, he's about to find out right quick that his pride is going to go before his fall. Apparently thinks that his jabs are as what man has created is better than nature. No, it's a fallacy. He's foolish. Don't follow the words of fools, right? Those who think wise of themselves that aren't. And so we're always going to have to deal with things like this. As he alluded to, get healthy, be healthy, understand your immune system. Your immune system is 70 to 80% of your health. There is a direct link between your gut microbiome and your brain, folks. They can map the genome all they want. Great, fine and dandy. But guess what they haven't been able to replicate? Your gut bacteria. Billions and billions and billions of bacteria in your gut, good, bad, indifferent, otherwise, all for your benefit to handle whatever comes our way. And you've heard us talk a little bit about our liver as well. If for some ungodly reason you have taken the jab, I pray you haven't, clean out your liver. Find a process. Clean out your liver. Cleanse it. Eradicate what is in there. Go through the process to cleanse it. It is what takes out the toxins in the blood. And make no mistake that this stuff is a toxin, period. So I want to encourage you to do your research. Don't take what I say for gospel by any means. Do your own research. Trust yourself. Study what it takes for you to make your immune system healthy. Right? So that's what I'll leave you with.
It's important. Every watch these children should. I'm trying to put something out there for Elizabeth. I'm posting a link out there for that. The Social Dilemma documentary. Netflix produced it, but there is it's on BitChute. I want to share it with you guys again. If you know anybody that Wang Dang Doodle, thank you. If you know anybody that has kids or young adults that spend a lot of the time, on the phone, there's your, sorry, I was just answering the thing. It takes, thanks, Wang Dang Doodle. It says, thank you both for all your hard work. I appreciate it. 2 diamonds. Woo-hoo, 3 diamonds. Good Lord. God wins. There we go. Thank you. That's what I say all the time. Like, that's why I'm a true believer in your relationship with God is what's the most important thing. It's not the domination you are. It's not, what church you go to. It is your relationship with Him. I will believe that, as long as I live, hopefully nothing will ever change that. Rankin's really good too, because he's someone that I can talk to about like question, or I'll ask him something about scripture, and he's very patient, and he's he's not, he doesn't cram it down your throat, which I appreciate. As far as like the doctrination, like, no, this is the right way to see it, this is the wrong way.
If you live in Tennessee and you go to this type church, you're going to hell. You must convert to Episcopalian, Lutheran, Apostolic, Evangelical nonsense.
Wait a minute. What the hell? Okay, we're going to listen to this was just put out by 404 on Twitter, and it piqued my interest because it says, look, I'll just show you guys. I'm going to share my audio, so sorry if it reverbs just for a second. Where did I have that at? Hang on. It was 404. There it is. 25 minutes ago, 404, who I follow. He's really good, by the way. Put this out and said, this is called the end of the vax epic. Arrest them all. It's a Fauci floats pill to knock out COVID. And I was like, what is this talking about? So I'll pull it up. Let's just see what it says. Again, guys, I have not listened to this. This is straight up, just saw this.
Looking at an orally administered, maybe 7 to 10 days, given to person who is early on in the course of their infection before you get to the cascade of events that lead to the aberrant activation inflammatory response that kills people. Because we know now from a lot of experience with the care of these individuals that if you can keep that virus from going to the upper airway, to going down into the lung and other organ systems, you can change what could be a devastating disease and make it an upper airway common cold type approach, which is really what we need to do. We only need to knock out that virus for about 7 to 10 days rather than lifelong what we have to do with HIV.
What are you telling people is the optimal profile?
Okay. The optimal profile, we're comfortable with this because we've developed product profiles for so many other drugs, including with HIV. So first of all, I
cannot believe this guy floats HIV like something he should be proud of. That disgusts me beyond belief that this man has tried to spin the narrative that he's some kind of a hero for the HIV community. Go ask the HIV community in the late 80s how they feel about Dr. fucking Fauci. And it ain't good.
That blocks a specific viral function. I want to give it once a day, if possible. I want it to be low in toxicity, and I want it to have very minimal drug-drug interactions. So orally administered, single pill, given for 7 to 10 days, little drug-drug interaction, and low toxicity. Give me that, and I'll be really happy.
Really? I think we already had that, and I think the media has it for over a year. And I think that YouTube has been banning people, and then like they banned Brett Weinstein. No, it's not. I don't have anything on the background. But that they did with Brett Weinstein, they removed his video a couple weeks ago where he had that doctor on from the FLCCC, and this is all these doctors study, and yet YouTube removed it. This is the problem when you have tyranny, when you have a bunch of people that are not doctors, and they're sitting there acting like they're the ones that can tell everybody what they shouldn't be saying. They're the ones with the ban hammer that restricts people from speech. And they, like I said, that Jimmy Dore even went on with Joe Rogan and was trying to talk about the side effects that he had after he got the vax, and they tried to shut him down and shut him up. He said he couldn't believe the amount of attacks he got on, guess what, Twitter, for just tweeting out something about it. And again, that's the problem. That's the problem. Now you have Fauci coming out saying they give him a pill that you can take for 7 days and he'll be happy. Well, there's several of them. The CDC and the NIH have just refused to hear about them. Why? Because like ivermectin, I can never say that word. Ivermectin. Okay. They can't make any money off of it because it's already been patented and it's a cheap drug. It's a cheap alternative. So they don't want to talk about it. We've been trying to say this. YouTube does not give a shit about your health. They care about the narrative. We have spent, I don't know how many hours, hundreds of hours at this point, probably reading the papers, reading the research, listening to the immunologists from Germany to Budapest to America to Australia to Canada and everywhere else. These people, for whatever reason, these doctors are now having to risk their medical license just to talk about it. That is tyranny. That's what alarms people, is when you shut people down from having open discussions about it and then cramming down everyone's throat an experimental drug. And then you got a circle back lady coming on and saying that she thinks that if you're removed off one platform, you should be removed off all of them for spreading misinformation. And literally the damn next paragraph, she goes on to talk about how these drugs have been approved by the FDA. That's a lie. So why is it circle back around chick removed off these damn platforms? Why is it she shut down? Why is it she banned? If we banned all the people that came out for 4 years and gave misinformation about Russia and Trump, how many of Democrats would be left on Twitter? Riddle me that one.
Twitter's a lost cause. Everybody should be off those platforms by now. If you're still on them, why?
Well, they do.
All
I
right.
don't- Wayne Dang Doodle, thank you.
Not to belabor the point, but maybe one more before I switch over to something else. This come out American Thinker today. Says countries with highest vaccination rates have the highest infection rates. Shocker, right? Series of graphs compiled by Twitter user at Holman Collin, Corona Realism, document that the most vaccinated countries in the world are experiencing a surge in COVID-19 cases, while the least vaccinated countries are not. Iceland, Gibraltar, Malta, and Cyprus, for example, have a vaccination rates of 90 to 98% and are experiencing surging virus cases. Cases. Let me repeat that. Cases, meaning they've been tested. Not that they actually have it, but the spun up PCR test that's 90% ineffective, false positives, and a rapid antigen test is even worse. Cases. European countries with high vaccination rates are experiencing increasing infection rates, while those graphs show minimal infection rates among the countries with the lowest vaccination rates. And by the way, where's all the deaths? They said this thing is such a spreader. Delta is more infectious, but less lethal. Never in history have we ever had a case where something becomes through variants and things, where it has become more lethal with each passing variant. That isn't the case. It's not how it works. It may become more transmissible, more infectious, but it's always less lethal. Probably why we're not seeing the deaths and why they're probably trying to hype up people in hospitals, which, like last time, I think we readily debunked that with a few on-the-ground reporters. In Israel, where COVID cases are spiking despite a vaccination rate of 80%, the government is launching a campaign to inoculate its population with a third jab. Well, if 2 ain't enough to get the job done and knock you on your butt and put you 6 feet under, well, this third one ought to do it. Thank you, Pfizer. Step right up. The vaccine's effectiveness may very well be wearing off after a few months, but doubling down on booster shots may prove counterproductive if something else is at work. Folks, you got to remember, we got to pay to keep the lights on at Pfizer. These people have to be able to eat and pay their electric bill too. Some doctors have been warning the vaccine-induced antibody-dependent enhancement may contribute to long-term adverse effects that would begin to manifest themselves 3 to 12 months after vaccination. That prediction is based upon animal studies over recent years from SARS-CoV vaccine trials, where the vaccinated animals become extremely sick after being exposed to coronaviruses later in the wild. ADE is based upon the idea that the antibodies generated from the vaccines are suboptimal compared to those produced from natural immunity, and that ADE subsequently enhances viral infection and replication in the body's host cells. Various government-funded studies relating to ADE document the historical difficulties of developing vaccines and therapies for COVID-19 and other respiratory diseases. It remains an open question whether or not the mRNA, and we should probably use quotes around that, vaccines, because it's not a vaccine, it's a gene therapy. It's in Moderna's even own documentation to the SEC, will react or are starting to react in a similar fashion on humans. Natural immunity is given short shrift by the CDC. We have no idea how many Americans carry antibodies from previous infections, either symptomatic or not. Wall Street Journal article titled, "Maybe with Delta, the CDC will learn to count," reports that 92% of Brits now show evidence of antibodies. Britain has seen its Delta surge wane rather quickly, and unlike the US, it is not flopping around in the half dark about what's going on. Thanks to biweekly blood sample surveys, the UK government knows how many people have antibodies from vaccination and or infection. Thanks to surveys and modeling, it also has a good idea how many are currently infected, invariably a multiple of those who got a positive test. Joe Biden says that in all probability, we can look forward to more guidelines and restrictions. Unless the government and the CDC start treating the American people with more honesty and transparency, they may discover that the reservoir of goodwill the country displayed during last year's lockdown has been greatly depleted. Gee, you think? We're not going to take it, kind of comes to mind. Last post back in December. And of course, here's what the COVID-19 vaccine doses administered per 100 people looks like by way of maps around the world.
And let me just say real quick, thanks, Ina. She gave us our first can, our first Go Bills of the day. So thank you over on Foxo and Wang Dang Doodle and Tracy over on D Live for the lemons and Wang Dang for the diamonds. It's been a while, so I appreciate it. By the way, D Live, we are verified, so the treasure chest will fill up faster. So whenever I open that, there should be more in it. Okay, sorry, go ahead.
All right. And getting off that topic, there are other things going on that we should probably cast our eyes upon. Yesterday, Code Monkey and company dropped some information pertaining to what has been going on down in Maricopa. Gateway Pundit had this today. Says Code Monkey Z speaks with Gateway Pundit. What I put out on the Dominion evidence is roughly 1% of what we are holding. And it was just a real short clip yesterday, a 1 minute, 17-second clip if you saw it. Ron Watkins, Code Monkey Z, released several photos on Monday leaked to him from an alleged Dominion Voting Systems employee and whistleblower. The documents prove that Dominion has remote access to their equipment during the elections. Even though, obviously, if you watched it, there's plenty of clips in there of folks testifying or admitting or whatever on camera that that wasn't the case. This is a huge development. Here's a page from the Dominion playbook on RAID and BIOS settings. RAID and BIOS settings. Configure BIOS and iDRAC and verify RAID configuration EMS standard serve. Probably not going to read all that, but nonetheless, I'll drop the link. Anyway, according to Code Monkey Z, it says our whistleblower is not from Arizona. Our whistleblower is from one of the many other states that used the Dominion software. Our whistleblower went to excruciating effort to detail and archive everything possible. Our whistleblower is trusted enough to be given instructions on how to modify the BIOS. Here's another document from the Dominion whistleblower. How to configure the BIOS admin passwords, Windows 10 computers. Note the county's computers should already have a BIOS admin password set. Only perform the steps if the password is not set or if the county wants to change your password, which, by the way, we knew that the machines were not under the control of Maricopa County. That is pretty well known. On Tuesday, Code Monkey Z published a video that proves that Dominion CEO John Poulos lied under oath about remote access. This is an explosive development. The whistleblower reached out with footage filmed of the Dominion election management system inside an election center in one of the states that use Dominion software and hardware, not Arizona. As you'll see in the video, the whistleblower initially discusses with a Dominion employee about who holds the BIOS password, and it is discovered that the state is keeping the password, not Dominion and not the county. Later, the whistleblower asks the Dominion employee about connectivity and whether or not the machines can be connected to the internet. With just 1 minute, 17 seconds, we expose our most egregious lie. Fraud vitiates everything. Or, if you prefer a little Latin, ab initio. And now for a little commercial.
Oh my God. How he just rolls into that shit cracks me up.
Systems are, by design,
No. Oh, you're actually playing it?
That are not networked, meaning they are not connected to the internet. There is no internet connectivity at all. They are not designed to be connected to the outside world through either an internet connection or any other external connectivity device.
Do we have these passwords in the system? Not the devil's passwords. Oh, it's not? The state won't let us have our own password?
Does Dominion have any way to remotely access any of the information on any of the equipment or have remote access within the machines themselves?
No.
Does anybody have access to the best of your knowledge?
No.
You're connected to the internet. Right. This one can say, well, this one has wireless. Right. Are grayed out? Oh, I see. Okay, so, but you'd be able to go in and do that though, right? By unlocking it and putting the password in?
There you have it. And not surprising, the Gateway Pundit spoke with Ron Watkins on Wednesday morning. Here's what Ron told us. Ron Watkins told us the Dominion whistleblower, pause that so it doesn't keep going here, reached out to him recently. He was working inside the election tabulation room in one of the big counties. Ron did not want to disclose the state where this took place. Ron told us the video I put out was 1 minute, 13 seconds, and I've got approximately 30 minutes of video total. There's a lot of documents and there's a lot of secret stuff I'm holding back on for now, and what you're seeing is not the whole thing. We asked Ron how he confirmed the documents were real. Watkins responded, the video is absolutely where it claims to be from. The screenshots that I posted in the video are highly cropped. The rest of the footage is obviously inside the Dominion server room. You can see all different people and their names. The reason I cropped it out is that once one of those people are known, they know which tabulation center that is, then our whistleblower is in danger. I don't know if the whistleblower is still working there or what's going on. Gateway Pundit says, you did confirm that the person did work at Dominion? Ron Watkins confirms, yes. And then he drops this bomb, says Watkins, and what I put out is maybe 1% is conservative, maybe 1% of 1%. What I put out is highly focused because it caught the CEO of Dominion in perjury. He said that there's no way these machines can be connected in his Michigan testimony. Well, they can be. Technically, they can be connected by the admin BIOS. And on the USB option, Watkins, something else that concerned me, the fact is the USBs are enabled on the server, and the checkbox for USB boot is enabled also. That means if you put an operating system on a USB and plug it into the machine and turn it on, it's possible to boot the operating system from the USB and not use the one from the hard drive. So technically, you can have two operating systems on one system. And he told us he is concerned about his safety. As more coming out, reiterated that he has released only 1% of the content he is holding. Gracious with his time, God protect him. We wrote Dominion Voting Systems for comment and will update if or when they respond to our request for a statement. So yes, obviously this is going to be a bang up month here with things going on, everything from what's going on in Maricopa County, other states, by way of voting systems, Dominion, you name it. At the same time, we've got this little emergency alert system deal coming up on the 11th. You got them wanting to lock things down based on a farce. The data is all out there. There's nothing to prove. There's no real science behind any of this crap that they want to purport and put out. So it's going to be a hell of a month here for sure, especially in the next couple of weeks. So be on alert, head on a swivel as always. And yeah. Sonny's in the house.
I will, if who's on Telegram, I'm going to put out there for you guys Code Monkey's Telegram link. So if you're on Telegram, you can go and see where you post stuff in real time too. I'll put it out there for you. What up, Sonny?
Yeah, real quick, he is on Gab as well, and I think his last post from like the 20th or 21st of July said that he had been kicked off of Telegram. Maybe there was a slight flap going on there, but reinstated. So I think the bulk of what he is posting at the moment is indeed on Telegram, and he really hasn't been posting on Gab since being reinstated. So
yeah, he posted what you just read about 11 o'clock this morning over there.
Mhm.
So if you guys want to keep up, that's where he seems to be posting. And, there he's got that one. He's got a chat room, but I'll be honest with you, I can't keep up with that damn chat room. There'll be like 5 posts every second. And by the time you look back over there, you're, 700 posts behind. There ain't no way. I'm just in his, but y'all can do what y'all want to do. How you doing, Sonny?
Hey, doing great. Thanks.
Yay. I'm so excited that you're going to make us smile.
Pressure.
Their name is so fitting. Sunny Days.
Animal videos for everybody.
I love it. She finds some of the coolest stuff, though. I'm not even kidding. Like it's
kind of fun.
Good stuff. Oh yeah, I love it. I love those. I love the post.
Just wait till Sonny starts hanging out on TikTok. Be careful.
Oh no, that's not going to happen.
TikTok, Twitter, Telegram. Got all three of the T's going on here.
I like to show videos. I don't like to be in the video. Breaking, big difference.
All right.
Hey, I've seen Sunny.
Yes, you have.
I have seen Sunny, but I will never. Oh, my lips are sealed. Oh, there's her picture. She's in her picture.
Yeah.
Before I go, thank you, Tracy and Wang Dang. That's fucking hilarious. And Wang Dang Doodle, Tracy, and then who else did it? And then the Dandy. Thanks for the lemons over there, and Ina for you over in Foxhole for being our gold pill for the our what do you call that? Our first
Spit it
and
out.
only right now. I know, right? I'm just telling you, it's been one of them days. I've been getting back into the deeper, weirder stuff. And so don't forget, I'm going to start sharing some of those. They're really well done. But I promise you, your kids do not need to be around whenever I do these shows. And I'll give you the warning in the beginning. You'll know pretty quick if you stumble on the channel what's going on, because it's some stuff that I don't think everybody can watch. And I get it, but especially if you had any of that kind of stuff in your history, it wouldn't be easy to watch. But I'm seeing with that, that's why I need Sunny's laughter and her again, the interesting things that she finds are priceless to me, because I think all of us need a break. There's some really good channels that cover in depthly what's happening in politics and stuff. So I think it encourages me to take a break from it, find some of the lighter side. That's how I feel anyway. That's why I appreciate what you do.
Thank you, Soko. Yeah, it gets heavy.
Yeah, it does. It wears on your psyche.
Mm-hmm.
It does. Watching the negative stuff all the time can definitely affect your own mental health. It's just truth.
Yeah.
All right, I'll get out of your hair. Let her rip, Tater Chip.
All right, we're gonna get out. Just show y'all guys that the next book I'm gonna get, Lilith's Cave: The Jewish Tales of the Supernatural. That should be an interesting read.
That sounds interesting.
It's just freaky deaky, I'll tell you. All right, Sunny, have a good one, honey. Thank you.
All right, thanks. Hey, everybody. Hello, YouTube. Hello, D Live. Hello, Trovo, if there's anyone over there. It's been pretty scarce. And Foxhole. And I think we're even on Twitch. And are we on Tiger Network? I do that on purpose to try to make my memory click in. All right. So I hope you all are doing well today. Thank you for watching 5x5. And yep, I've been skipping the news more and more lately as far as reading articles and just doing clips. I do have a few things to share though. This, if you haven't seen, is called The Deep Rig Movie. The fight for truth and freedom is being waged now. Welcome to your front row seat. I do believe this is for free. It's online. I'll drop the links in YouTube and DLive. And I think they would like donations, but you don't have to donate. It is free. So I'll drop that in there in case you got some time and you want to watch this Deep Rig movie. And it's by America Project. Let's see. I saw General Flynn talking about it. I'm not sure if I pulled that aside or not, or we'll go over that or not, but okay. So starting in my bookmarks, and I'm working from the bottom up to get some of my older videos that I haven't played out to you guys. So this was just a bookmark, and this was back from June 23rd, but I found it interesting, and maybe there's somebody out there that can relate. So this is Ann Bauer. I don't know who Ann Bauer is. She says Ann Bauer writer. I'll admit I've been struggling lately, and I wake up to emptiness. No through line I can hold on to. No story I can tell myself that makes sense. Nothing brings joy. I realized yesterday it's because most of my core beliefs have been overturned. Adults protect children. That's number one. In fact, adults use children. We cancel their schooling, their lives with a shrug, even while we keep going to the bars. I have family and neighbors who are all injecting for are all for injecting kids with a possible dangerous vaccine in order to protect themselves. I cannot make peace with this. Another assumption I had are constitutional freedoms pretty much locked up. I did not understand that my ability to open my door and walk down my sidewalk was at the whim of my governor, or that speech could be censored by big media in the United States. I'm flattened by this. For the most part, prior to this, I believe science skewed towards honest examination. There were errors and self-interested diversions along the way, but in the end, brave, good, educated people made sure to find truth. I no longer think this, and it has left me unmoored. I have believed all my adult life that connection was our salvation, literally, connection to nature, to the spirit world, but mostly to each other. People, their warmth lifted and carried me through total darkness, especially after the death of my son. To discover that human connection is dispensable, that men, mostly with MPH after their names, can decide it's no longer a worthy risk and can decree for the rest of us. This feels like evil. Whether or not that's the intent, it feels like how things end. So in short, I need a new story. Maybe you do too, or maybe because many of you are wiser than I, you have one to tell. I need new framing, a way to make sense of the facts that I now know and the way the world is today. Appreciate any words of comfort. Tell me a story, please. Anne, I don't have a story for you, but I appreciate the role you play here. You are a voice of reason and wisdom. You simplify the complex, and you took time out of your life to meet with me face to face. You gave me a hug. Anonymous clown basket gets a hug before coffee. So thank you. One thought of my fellow Gen Xer. Remember how they used to talk about us? We were given no chance as a generation. Well, I am hopeful that these kids are trying to destroy. Well, I am hopeful that these kids we are trying to destroy are going to do great things. I am seeing some grit. They are savvy to the hypocrisy. Reading this thread and responses has lifted my spirits to know these thoughts are common, these feelings shared. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. I'm sending positive vibes your way. There are still some of us here who value and worship life. My 10-year-old son with multiple disabilities found remote learning to be less than stellar. He tried to hide it because that's what he does to protect his mama from worrying. But the loneliness was palpable. His lifeboat? Discovering poetry during an ELA lesson. It gave him words for the feelings he'd never had before, gave him purpose and agency. Writing heals. We need each student to have equal access to literacy. And these are just, just people responding to her. Found you a little bit ago. I often share your tweets with friends. You give us hope that others are thinking, analyzing, and seeing and rejecting BS. It's so hard to see how many have just got sucked into a political vacuum. Be well and know a great number of people appreciate you. And I know it's not much, but I enjoy your perspective on these times. And one of the silver linings to the nonsense was finding your voice here. Rays of hope exist in places like Florida, Iowa, South Dakota, and Texas, but it feels like we're two countries now. Thanks again. Hang in there. My lowest point, the last 4 to 5 weeks, the fulcrum point was forced vaccination from my employer. So you're not alone, I guess, is my thing. And, from time to time I get down, but don't stay there. Pick yourself up or find something that you can engage in. Keep your health up as much as you can. Be prepared. I would implore you, if you haven't, get HCQ and ivermectin, discover some of those sites where they sell it. And that's just how I'm dealing with things. We're going to have things on hand. I'm prepping as much as I can. Even if it's just a little bit here and there to help with whatever's coming. So this video I have right here might creep some people out. I think it was, this elephant's going to have a baby. So, and it's kind of, like if you're one of those people that finds this kind of thing yucky, you might not want to look. But I found it beautiful about how the elephants react. So that was my warning, and here's the video.
Loud, yeah? Oh my goodness. Baby. Oh. Celebrating.
That now they have someone
I showed that clip because, first of all, I'll probably never ever have a chance to see a baby being born again, an elephant baby. Secondly, unless I searched for it. Secondly, I thought it was fascinating how the other elephants crowded around and the people that were watching said celebrating the baby. God's creation is so majestic and wonderful. I love that. And so this is a video, Time for a Beer. My buddy sent me this video of him shotgunning a beer off an alligator tooth. Nah, I'm pretty sure I wouldn't try that, but maybe someone else would. Obviously, this guy did. So this was kind of interesting. I don't know if this is true, but quarantine of the unvaccinated training courses. This is from July 16th. I've been holding on to it.
DHS training course, prepare for mass public quarantine of unvaccinated rural Americans, done July the 14th. It's a great day to be an American. The Department of Homeland Security has a training course available to law enforcement, healthcare workers, and other government employees that will detail how to prepare and execute a mass public quarantine of the unvaccinated in rural areas of the United States. If you're stuck in the left versus right paradigm, lie, now is the time to figure it out. We are slaves and always have been. It's an 8-hour instructor-led course and is designed to provide the knowledge necessary to begin planning for the situation requiring the isolation and quarantine of a large portion of a local rural population. The last training course was on Tuesday, July 13th. Obviously, we need to continue to use our discernment and critical thinking, but certain things are being too obvious to ignore. Are you awake now?
So I never know if these videos are true or not. That appears to be, that website and everything. And I'd never heard of this. I mean, I've heard other people speculate on, camps and things, FEMA camps and things like that, but I hadn't seen this. So paying attention, just observing, sharing information is all. You decide what's true or not. And then this was, this makes my top 3 of why women live an average of 7 years longer than men. Oh. Shoot, I don't know where the extender is. Okay, sorry about that.
Nou, gas erin. Heb je oren dicht?
It's kind of small, but I'm not seeing the extender for the picture.
Gaat ie bijna?
Weird.
Oh, gek, jongen.
Oh, there it goes. Sorry about that. All right, I'm going to start that one over. So they're playing with a cannon.
Gaat ie? Iets aanslaan, iets aanslaan. Niet te hard, hè? Nou, gas erin. Heb je oren dicht? Gaat ie bijna? Oh, gek, jongen. Dat is een best jongen.
It is kind of blurry, but apparently there was a man in that barrel and he did get shot out of the cannon. Gosh, people are crazy. I like this. At this point, conspiracy theories might as well be spoiler alerts. I do feel that way often. Kindness is contagious.
You guys want a good cry, like a happy cry, and to know that there's good people in the world, just listen to the story. I just got back getting a title transfer on my car. It took about 3 hours, and the whole time I sat next to this couple that had a little boy in a wheelchair, and when their number got called, she was struggling getting it up to the window, and I said, you could just let him hang out with me. And she said, are you sure? And I said, yeah, it's fine. And she said, well, he doesn't talk. And I said, that's all right. And she said, okay, well, his name's Quinn. And so I just sat there and talked to Quinn and played with him, and he looked me right in the eye and smiled and laughed. And as I was getting ready to leave, the mom came up to me and just gave me the biggest hug. And she said, thank you so much for doing that. And I said, well, of course. And then she said to me, no, I don't think you understand. There's members of our family that won't even interact with him. And I said, well, you know what? He's wonderful, and you're very lucky. And, you know, the room's full of people, and they obviously overheard our conversation. And as she and her husband walked out with him, one person said, what's your son's name? And she said, Quinn. And then one by one, they all said, hi, Quinn. And God, you guys, you know, it costs nothing to be kind. And it's so contagious. It was a good day at the DMV. It was a really good day.
Okay, composing myself, because that one, every time I watch it, makes me cry. So here's the next one. Isn't that cute, the little goats? What a smart man. And look, their tails are so happy. Oh my gosh. Cute. People are so creative. It's just amazing. People think up, create, and make. Anyway, that's cute. Let's see. This is a PragerU that dropped.
Every communist country virtually has huge famines. Wherever there is a communist regime, there's a famine. It's incredible. So you're probably aware of the demonstrations in Cuba, the biggest in decades. An amazing thing to have a demonstration in a communist country. These are lockdown countries. They are totalitarian by nature. How do they even organize? All media are controlled. The phones are tapped. How did they even know to get together? I don't know. I don't know if anyone knows. It's amazing that they did it in the thousands, demanding freedom. Primarily, they were also talking about shortages of food. There are always shortages of food in communist countries. That is the way it works. Every communist country virtually has huge famines. Wherever there is a communist regime, there's a famine. It's incredible. Ukraine and China and Ethiopia, when the communists, the Derg ran that country, it's a phenomenon that communism causes famines. Of course it does, because it has policies that inhibit the production of food.
Interesting trait of communist countries. And we have permission to play PragerU YouTube, so take that. This is JP.
I'm with the Biden administration. Do you have a minute for me to tell you about the non-FDA approved injection we desperately want you to get?
Why the hell are you knocking on my door?
I'll take that as a yes. We've been reviewing your medical records, and it appears as though you haven't gotten the...
That's illegal.
Indeed. And what they show is you haven't gotten the shot yet. So I'm here on your private property to pressure you into doing so.
Letting politicians decide what medicines I take is insane. You're not doctors. You're not even qualified.
We're politicians. We like power. And we feel that qualifies us to do whatever we want.
It absolutely doesn't. What I put in my body is my choice, and I'll consult my doctor over that because he knows me personally. Because it's a medical issue.
No, ma'am. This is more of a political issue. You can trust us.
You're part of the government, and you work for me. And you being here is a complete infringement on my rights. You need to read the Constitution.
At the Biden administration, we don't believe in the Constitution. It's not really how we want to govern, so you need this shot.
The fact that you really want me to get this thing makes you look really, really suspicious.
Thank you. You don't even know the half of it.
And the more you push this thing, the more I doubt the safety.
Oh no. When you look at this spreadsheet with our profit margins, you'll see that what we're working with here is totally safe for business. And the long-term clinical trials of an hour and a half are squeaky clean. You have nothing to worry about.
It seems like you just want control.
For your protection, yes. Thank you for seeing. We're just looking out for your best interest with our propaganda campaign, censorship, and now me being here knocking on your door. You're welcome for all that we've been doing.
Are people dumb enough to believe that?
Some are. Now, I would really like to stab you with this needle and inject what's in it that you have no control over into your body.
Absolutely not.
I kind of just want to do it anyway.
My body, my choice, you creep.
That's not the way we see it. At the Biden administration, we look at it as your body, our choice. It's kind of a Bill Cosby-inspired mentality we've adopted.
Get off my property now. Get the off my property.
No. I don't understand. Are you saying you don't want the shot that you've chosen not to get? Wait. While I'm here, do you mind if I confiscate all your guns?
JP, oh my gosh. And I can't think of what his name is right now, but it's something JP, is it JP Sears, I think? Chat, you probably know. This is just a cute one. I wonder what she's showing him. Seems so interested.
He's watching her phone.
I think it's funny how he keeps like moving his arm. I wonder if he's moving his arm when she was like, it looked like she was showing him pictures or something. Funny.
You want to see something Midwest? Steak, corn, and beer. One
Steak,
package.
corn, and beer in a packet.
You want to see something Midwest?
I have not seen that in the stores, but I wouldn't doubt it.
Hey! 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 Oh my God!
Amazing that they caught that on film, because it really did look like their boat probably sank after that. I do not know. Driving lessons with Elmo.
Hi, and welcome to Elmo's Tim Talk. Welcome to Elmo's Talk for driving on the streets. Here we go. First rule, when you're merging onto the highway, go the same speed as the other motherfuckers driving. Second rule, if you're in the fast lane, go fast. You're passing people. Don't go the same speed limit. Son of a bitch. And the most important rule of them all, Okay, that is all.
Driving lessons with Elmo. Cute. He had a lot of good points, I have to say. Kiss. I actually was watching a YouTube video that I can't remember what the bird's name was, but it's a beautiful bird. But my dog would get upset and try to lunge at the TV, and he's a big dog. But whenever he heard the bird, no matter where he was in the house, he would get up and like, what is going on? Meanwhile, down south.
Took one look at that house. It ain't clean. It is not clean. Not having money is not an excuse. We were dirt poor growing up, and you could eat off of my mother's floors. You could eat off of them floors. Willie Doss, don't get out in that creek. I saw snakes out there the other day. If you get bit, I ain't taking you to the doctor. I ain't taking him to the doctor. Oh, has he got a tick? Here, take my cigarette lighter and burn it off. If you get bit by a snake, you gonna get an ass whipping when your pawpaw gets home. Get out of that creek. Well, if it's true what they say about cleanliness being next to godliness, she done set that whole household to hell. It ain't clean. That you ought to see her floors. Get that firecracker out of that toad's butthole. I swear that child is gonna grow up to be on Dateline. I know he is. Lilybeth, get off that dog, darling. No, you're too big to be sitting on Mr. Peanut like that. They need to have school year round, Charlene. I can't deal with these kids. Yeah, don't cry. I love you. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. Soft ass kids. You get snake bit? Yeah, okay. Yep, get in the car. You getting an ass whipping.
Oh. Kitty. Oh.
Simple. There's one question. Only one answer. Whoever gets it, you're playing for $10,000. That's it. Whoever guesses this wins the game. Here we go. Name Popeye's favorite food.
Chicken! Oh my God!
Show me chicken!
Spinach, Jerry.
Yeah, Popeye and chicken.
Okay, so it looks like we got it unloaded. If you'll just sign right here, we'll be right out of your hair. And thank you again for using the cheapest delivery possible. This happens more than you know.
Oh my goodness. Oh no, they said it would come in a discreet packaging. I think that's kind of an old one, but this one I hadn't seen before.
Alexa, we need guns. Alexa, close the drawer. Alexa, we need lots of guns.
I'm hoping to beat the Elgos, and there is a little music on this. You get the picture. That's pretty much the whole video, but that's kind of funny. You never know who's listening. Oh, sweet. Okay, and I'm gonna skip these. I showed these last week. It's the Mockingbird Media. I showed one similar to this.
Here's the bill for the vet today. Not really sure how you're going to pay that one. You do actually live here rent-free. I do buy your groceries. So, maybe get a job, contribute to society a little bit. This is getting ridiculous, dude.
Esta es de unas personas que me las donó y se las donamos a usted. ¿Se las bajo? Sí, porque yo como muy alta. No, sí. Yo llevo por la policía, porque yo soy policía. ¿Esta se la bajo más o así?
Good people in the world yet. This guy says, how do you vote your way out of a government that wasn't voted in? It's the elephant in the room. And then someone says, I can't believe we stayed up and screamed Happy New Year for this mess. Oh, this is creepy. This is so creepy. I didn't know this. And I don't think, in one way it's creepy, but in another way, okay, I shouldn't say anymore. I can see where it might happen, but it's still odd to me.
And one of them is a poignant story you tell about your mom having a miscarriage when you were just a teenager.
Yeah.
And you were the one who drove her to the hospital, and you write, quote, I never expected to see the remains of the fetus, which she had saved in a jar to bring to the hospital. There was a human life, a little brother or sister. You and she had never talked publicly about this story until she gave you permission,
right,
to write about it in this book.
And that's why you're asking.
So I can see why it could happen, like if a woman had, miscarriage at home and she wanted to take the baby to the hospital. But I had never heard this from these particular people, I guess is how I should have said it.
Asking me, because had my mother said, son, I don't want you talking about it, it wouldn't have been in the book. I put the story in the book as a part of the tale. I thought it was very important for people to understand my relationship with my mom.
What'd you learn about her through that experience?
One, she trusted me. And when you're a teenage kid, you're kind of self-absorbed person, and your mom says, I trust you. It's a boost.
And I guess for me, I'm trying to get insight and look at this particular family. It just is creepy to me.
Confidence. And my mom is what I learned was she's a straightforward person.
Right.
She says to her teenage kid, here's a fetus.
And
anyway, interesting times, interesting politicians we've had and their backgrounds. I personally like going down by the river and listening to it flow. It's so calming. This is so pretty. There's some solitude in that. The water rushing on the rocks and such. And the wildlife. This was Yosemite National Park in California. This person says, I think she will be arrested for breaking into that house. Your thoughts? And that, folks, is often the kind of luck I have. have a door come down and get stuck in a building and then have to try to find my way out and explain to the people what happened. That particular instance has not happened, but this is Good Morning Middle Falls Letchworth State Park in New York. Beautiful. America the Beautiful. So pretty. Just again, nature. Let's see. This person tweeted out, "Who wants to buy me this for Christmas?"
Pretty freaking wild. 3 barrels. Let's go shoot this thing, shall we? Woo, doggy! That's 3. Let's do another few here. Ring of that steel. Look at that. Smoking. Pretty free.
I don't think I've ever seen a gun like that with 3 barrels like that. Here's a little entertainment, shall we say. That went way wrong. All right, I'll play this one. I'm not sure. This one's probably licensed, so I'm going to stop it with a little commentary.
Around the same time that John D. Rockefeller seized U.S. media, he also hijacked U.S. medicine. When it was discovered that drugs could be produced from petroleum, America's top oil mogul ordered his army of propagandists to invert reality accordingly. Medicines used for thousands of years were suddenly classified as alternative, while the new, petroleum-based, highly addictive, and patentable
Very interesting if true.
drugs were declared the gold standard. After buying the German pharmaceutical company that manufactured chemicals of war for Adolf Hitler, Rockefeller leveraged his political influence by pressing Congress to declare natural healing modalities unscientific quackery. Rockefeller then took control of the American Medical Association and began offering massive grants to top medical schools.
It does feel like they have tried to take things that are natural and suppress them.
Under the mandate that only his approved curriculum be taught. Any mention of the healing powers of herbs, plants, and diet was erased from most medical textbooks. Doctors and professors who objected to Rockefeller's plan were crucified by the media, removed from the AMA, and stripped of their license to teach and practice medicine. Those who dared to speak out were arrested and jailed. When evidence began to emerge that petroleum-based
We do see homeopathic remedies, and there are still books on like herbal medicines and things like that yet.
medicines were causing cancer, Mr. Rockefeller founded the American Cancer Society, through which he suppressed that information. John D. Rockefeller is duly credited as the founder of the pharmaceutical industry, and the reason that medical error is currently the third leading cause of death in America. This is not an indictment against doctors. More than anyone.
And what about using petroleum products? What? Doesn't that go against the New World Order?
They are under the stranglehold of the single largest lobbying power in Washington. Every year, the pharmaceutical industry spends at least twice the amount as big oil to influence laws, policies, and public perception. Thanks to Mr. Rockefeller, the architect of American monopolies, no industry has more power over our lives than Big Pharma.
interesting names on that building. Moderna, Johnson & Johnson. You know Johnson & Johnson, the family company. Let's see. There's why the whole banking system is a scam.
It's my opinion that you do not really understand the concept of banking. All the banks are broke. Bank Santander, Deutsche Bank, Royal Bank of Scotland, they're all broke. And why are they broke? It isn't an act of God. It isn't some sort of tsunami. They're broke because we have a system called fractional reserve banking, which means that banks can lend money that they don't actually have. It's a criminal scandal, and it's been going on for
a criminal scandal
for too long. To add to that problem, you have moral hazard, a very significant moral hazard from the political sphere. And most of the problem starts in politics and central banks, which are part of the same political system. We have counterfeiting, sometimes called quantitative easing, but counterfeiting by any other name, the artificial printing of money.
Counterfeiting and the artificial printing of money.
Which if any ordinary person did, they'd go to prison for a very long time. And yet governments and central banks do it all the time. Central banks repress the amount of interest that rates are, so we don't have the real cost of money. And yet we blame the real retail banks for manipulating LIBOR.
Yeah, why can't we all get a printing press?
The sheer effrontery of this is quite astonishing. It's central banks. It's central banks that manipulate interest rates, Commissioner. And plus, underneath all this, we talk loosely, in a rather cavalier fashion, do we not, about deposit guarantees. So when banks...
I actually wonder where this was at and who this man is that's speaking out about it.
Go broke through their own incompetence and chicanery, the taxpayer picks up the tab. It's theft from the taxpayer. And until we start sending bankers, and I include central bankers and politicians, to prison for this outrage, it will continue.
Says youtube.com Euro Parliament. Hey, I saw Soko post something about, let's see, 5x5, and that is how they took control a long time ago and only grew into what we see today, big pharma. Yeah, remember like when I was a kid that, oh my gosh, we did not go to the doctor unless you were dying. And, you know, it came later on when I was in school that you were supposed to go in every year for a checkup. You know, it just became more and more and more. The other thing, too, is remember when they used to tell us that you'd have a cold or a flu and they couldn't give you anything for it? It just had to run its course. Or I remember my mom saying, you know, oh, the sun is a great bleach. Hang things out in the sun to bleach, you know, whites and stuff like that. Yeah, some of those things... Interesting. Okay, Breaking says it's Parliament in the UK, and that maybe DD showed this on here a long time ago. Well, and last week I had shown that the symbolism on one of the Olympic players, I think it was his pants or a coat. This time it's their shirts. There's the triangle on them and the pentagram. Y'all didn't think through your jersey design very well, did you? Or maybe you did. This isn't conspiracy. The FBI identified these symbols based on the groups who use them. Let's see. And this was from July 21st. South Africa, food shortages. One member of a family allowed in store. Only card payments allowed.
Only one member of the family to come into the store. Only card payments will be accepted. So please ensure that you have your bank card with you. Only 20 items per basket. Only 15 minutes to shop. No exchange or refund will be allowed. No cashbacks or withdrawals will be allowed.
All these rules for them. 20 items per basket, 15 minutes allowed to buy items, no refunds allowed, no cash back. This person tweeted, kaboom, it's free because we want to save lives. Why isn't cancer treatment free? Or why is cancer treatment not free? And I would even ask, why is insulin not cheaper so that people can actually afford it? But they keep saying these words over and over. It's free because we want to save lives. The hypocrisy of it all.
Is anybody else perplexed by like everything? Like everything feels off? I just came home and noticed this. It's July. Why do I have leaves on the ground? Why is my tree starting to change? It's a healthy tree. And it's not just my trees acting weird. Plants, animals, insects. Anybody else?
You know, I might have talked about this on this show. I got this show mixed up with my show on PSB, possibly. But I feel like the season isn't too bad. But Soko mentioned, the weather. We're having an unusual weather just because we're getting so much smoke from Canada, I think. It's been gray and cloudy and just kind of strange with the sky. And, we haven't gotten a lot of moisture this year, but the nuts are starting to drop off our oak trees and we are starting to drop a few leaves, but that could be because it's dry, I'm thinking, but I'm not sure. I'm going to skip those and go on to this one. I'm not sure if I showed this one. I actually have a friend who bought Converse shoes and then I think she saw something similar and she returned them.
Look at Converse's new ad on Instagram. Look closely. What do you see? Do you notice the way the models are positioned? Do you think this was an accident? Let's take a closer look. The picture was posted upside down for a reason, and I'm going to show you why. Let me draw it out for you. The symbol that they are using is the sigil of Baphomet, which is the official insignia of the Church of Satan. Don't let anyone convince you that this was just art. Anyone that does marketing or knows about that type of industry knows you cannot release any type of imagery like this from a major brand like Converse without getting the green light and approval from so many different departments. This was intentional, strategic, and also a smoke signal. Listen, Satan and his followers aren't even hiding anymore, and they're not even ashamed to say it. So if they're being bold for their God and their message, we need to be bold for ours.
I have learned so much and come so far. I used to not I'd be kind of oblivious to some of that stuff and think, oh, that's kind of weird, but just wouldn't think much about it. There was this.
If you don't take the vaccines, they don't allow you to register your child in school.
That's not true. It's a law. You just got to know the law. You can get an exemption in almost every state except for California because the vaccine industry or the pharmacy. Check this out. When people tell me vaccines are safe, do you know in 1986, the Vaccine Injury Act, the pharmaceutical industry was so strong, they got our Congress.
I'm going to stop it there because this does look like it's somebody else's licensed show.
To indemnify them. You can't even, brother, sue them. If your child die, if your child go blind, if your child go crazy, they cannot be sued. That's when you saw all these vaccines come. When that act was passed, and that's when we saw autism skyrocket, ADHD skyrocket. You got black boys in class, zombies. So when people...
So it's interesting. Black Vegan Tube is where this was from. It was done on a TikTok, but...
When people say they're safe, I said, well, if they're so safe, why won't the pharmaceutical industry stand behind their product? Because they make trillions of dollars. So our Congress sold us out. Guess who pays for vaccine injury? The taxpayers. You mean to tell me I got to pay for Pfizer, Kaiser? I got to pay for their mistake? I got to pay for Merck's mistake? That's criminal.
Just like the vaccines are free. Well, of course they're not free. Someone's paying for them and they're making billions of dollars off it. What was another thing? Oh, I stayed away from this subject today, not completely, but I gotta say it's near and dear to my heart right now. I have another close friend who took the shots and she took it to save her job. And I have mixed feelings about it. It was her choice. But I'm seeing this kind of thing more and more. The pressure, she said, was she was receiving texts every morning from her company asking her like 3 questions. And they've restricted, her job includes flying. So they started restricting her flying ability. They started isolating her within the company, and she worked her ass off to get in this position. And she's worked her ass off for years to get where she's at. And that's not easy to throw away, especially if you have a family and 3 kids going to school. And, you know, and that's her life. She gets to choose. I love her dearly. I love her anyway. She loves the Lord. She is somebody I, you know, dearly care about, and has been she's such a compassionate, loving person. I will say this, she did say that she talked to the VP of her company and she kind of let him have it and said, you know, I really felt like through this policy, you gave me no choice. I mean, yeah, I have a choice, but I'm going to lose my job. I'm now being watched. You know, where's my freedom? Why would this company do this to me? And how are you going to feel if something happens to me because I took this so I could work here? And he didn't have much to say, but at least she stood up. And I hope more people, you know, at least try to, you know, God can use things, and who knows what'll happen there. I don't know. Maybe it's just for that VP, or maybe it's that company, you know. Anyway, I'll get off that subject. American Medical Association will release poop like this and then wonder why people are losing trust in medical experts. So WebMD tweeted, sex should be removed as a legal designation on the public part of birth certificates, the American Medical Association said Monday. Just how bizarro. You'd think that some of this stuff you'd ever see in your lifetime. It's just crazy. All right, moving on. This was absolutely cute. Here's a video of a young patriot singing the national anthem at his preschool graduation. That was so inspiring. What a little cutie. You know, I think that's about the subject that I just said I wasn't talking much about. Let's see. This was insane tornado footage. This is another thing I like to, when people get footage of like hurricanes and things that I probably would never see. This was from Pennsylvania. Tornado footage is like one of the ones that just wows me the most because of the stuff that flies. This is it is, I think it's about the shots, but it's more about Big Pharma.
I cannot believe my blood pressure was this high. So you're saying it's caused by lifestyle. Do you think I should try to exercise or eat healthier? No, that's completely unnecessary. All you have to do is take one of these 3 times a day and your blood pressure will be back to normal. Here's a list of all the potential side effects. That's a really long list. Oh, no worries. I've got you covered. So you take this one for chest pain, this one for urinary incontinence, this one for intestinal parasites, dizziness, nasal congestion, hemorrhoids, seizures, anxiety and depression, and dry mouth. Blindness, unexplained loss of limbs, dementia, and death. I think I'll just try to eat better and exercise. Patient is non-compliant.
That's how it feels, doesn't it? Oh my gosh, they wrote something in my record. Patient is non-compliant. Even the sheep in the stall defend themselves as best they can. There's no sound to this one. Ouch. Holy moly. I wonder if he was okay. He did get up. Wow. Oh, the caption to this was funny. The caption was, "The beatings will continue until moral improves." That's how it feels sometimes. Yeah. Funny, but not funny. So, is this a Southern thing? There are 8 layers to a Southern goodbye. About to leave warning. We've got to get going statement. Hugs. Walking to the driveway. One more conversation in the driveway. More hugs. Talking while everyone's piling in the car. Rolling down the window to say bye one last time as you pull out of the driveway and someone yells, "Watch for deer." This is funny because that's my husband's goodbye. Funny. With his family, they do that. My family, I just say bye, leave. This guy says, "I imagine some of y'all have turn signals that look like this." Sometimes it feels like that driving into the city too. 4 minutes left. Life-changing ladies computer.
Now, a computer for women. How did the idea come about?
I had the idea in a dream originally, and then the next night I dreamt about it again. Then I probably had the same dream for the next 40 or 50 nights, and I thought, yes, I'll do that.
And that became the Petticoat 5?
Yes, the Petticoat 5. It's a computer made by women for women.
So, let's take a look at it. Now, the first thing you notice is the shape of the keys.
That's right. They're designed to make it easier to type with long nails.
Oh, that is a good idea. And what is this?
Well, that's a place to put your rings.
Ah.
And on the side here, we have a tissue dispenser.
Uh-huh.
And over here is a vanity mirror, which pops up when you press this button.
Ooh, a vanity mirror.
So I suppose you could fix your makeup while you work?
Oh, yes,
oh my gosh. I wonder if that was a real thing. It appeared to be. Oh, to skip that one. Skip this one. We'll go on to, we'll try this one.
So this morning I was having a conversation with my best friend about something that I've seen so much here on TikTok. So I wanted to echo it back to everybody that's also feeling like this, because I feel like there's comfort in knowing that we're not the only ones. Both her and I are in the process of like deciding whether or not to move, deciding whether or not to take a new job or leave a job. And both of us just kind of like confirmed that we both have been just feeling like it's not going to matter very soon. And like what I mean by this is like I just feel like I'm supposed to wait and I'm not supposed to do anything, and I'm just supposed to like be here and like be aware of what's going on around me. And she said the same thing. So for those of you that are also feeling like this, you are not alone. And I think what we need to focus on right now is preparing for whatever it is that's coming. And I think that mainly means spiritually and mentally, because we already know that what's going on right now is a psychological war.
And take that for what it's worth. And Pixels, are you in the house? You are in the house. Are you ready to go? I got a chat. Let me see. DLive is asking for Converse link. Okay. Oh, okay, Laura. I will put that in DLive. Hi, Pixels.
Hello, hello. What's going on? How you doing?
I am now searching for a link that DLive would like. So, how are you doing?
Not bad, not bad. Just same old, chilling out, having some fun, having a good day, show prepping.
Good,
Good old
awesome. Lots of news out there again to cover.
Yeah, it's been like a waterfall every single day. There's
Yes.
a lot out there for sure, yeah.
Yeah. Did you see any of the Biden stuff today? Oh my gosh. So hard.
Pertaining to what? There's a lot of it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Well, maybe it wasn't, now that I think about it, I don't think, well, he circumvented some law for one thing. I saw some clip about that. And then, Psaki, now I'm trying to think of it and it's slipping my mind. I'm also still looking for that.
Are you talking about the eviction moratoriums?
Yeah, there were clips of Psaki, like 3 different clips I saw where she was just Raggedy Ann.
Per usual.
Oh my gosh. I'm sorry, I'm still trying to find that link. Anything else happening? Did you see that movie came out? Okay, now I can't remember
The Deep Rig, yeah.
Yes, The Deep Rig.
Mm-hmm.
I dropped that link in live chat today.
I'm actually going to be showing that tonight on Foxhole exclusively. We'll have a little watch party on my channel.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, it'll be fun.
Awesome. I have not watched it yet, but I shall.
Very good.
Adel's here.
Adel is here.
All right. Hey, doing good.
Good.
You guys have a great show.
Thanks, Sunny Days.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Yep, bye.
All right, Adel, I'm going to go ahead and get the intro playing, and then we'll go ahead and start the show. The New Guard, everyone, starting in 3, a 2, a 1.
What they did to Portland, and nothing happens to Antifa, and nothing happens to BLM, but to people that are patriots or conservatives or Republicans, they stay in jails for extended periods of time, and they destroy their lives. Republicans must never waver in demanding that the right to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. That election, our election, was over at 10 o'clock in the evening. We're leading Pennsylvania, Michigan, Georgia by hundreds of thousands of votes. And then late in the evening or early in the morning, boom, these explosions of bullshit. And all of a sudden, it started to happen.
You are watching here on the 5x5 network, The New Guard, where the Constitution is paramount and the White Claw flows. Adel, take it away, my friend.
What's up, everybody? Welcome back to a much more sober gathering between Seasoned Pixels and I here on The New Guard on the 5x5 network. It's great to be with you guys, and yeah, happy Wednesday, man. How are you today?
Not bad, man, not bad. Just had a pretty chill day so far, gathering articles and everything, as I do normally. So, no, it's no complaints. It's been just a normal day over here. How about you?
Yeah, man. Busy work day for me. Wednesdays are always really busy. Had my show earlier, which was fun, with Tennessee Homesteader and Drunk Pinata. And I got another show tonight at 8:30 p.m. So it's a busy day. Wednesdays always feel like a total marathon, but we'll get through.
Very good. Well, I think we already got some support over on Foxhole. Let's go ahead and say thank you to those people. Plant Patriot out there gifting shades and says, ears on. And chat keeps, like, I swear. I wish that if you scrolled up in the Foxhole chat that it just automatically paused, right? But, all right, ears on, God bless. Thank you very much, Plant Patriot, for the shades out there, and Matt1776 out there saying 5x5 bros. So there you are. Thank you, Matt1776 and Plant Patriot. So, yeah, what do you think, Adel? I mean, do you have anything gathered today that you wanted to go ahead and get to first? I'd have a huge list of stuff, so that's why I'm asking, because I've got just so much, it's overwhelming.
I didn't get a chance to play this from earlier. So maybe we'll start with this. Ron DeSantis ripping Joe Biden a new asshole here. So why don't we play this and we'll start. And I'm going to share my sound. Boom. All right, here we go.
Look at that. Adel on top of it today.
That's right. Like I've done a show before. Here we go.
What you do. Thank you. Well, thanks. We're excited to be here, and I just want to say something quickly. Joe Biden has taken to himself to try to single out Florida over COVID. This is a guy who ran for president saying he was going to, quote, shut down the virus. And what has he done? He's imported more virus from around the world by having a wide open southern border. You have hundreds of thousands of people pouring across every month. And it's not just from Mexico. In fact, it's rarely from Mexico. You have over 100 different countries where people are pouring through. Not only are they letting them through, they're then farming them out all across our communities across this country, putting them on planes, putting them on buses. Do you think they're being worried about COVID for that? Of course not. So he's facilitating. Who knows what new variants are out there, but I can tell you whatever variants are around the world, they're coming across that southern border. And so he's not shutting down the virus, he's helping to facilitate it in our country. And what is his big solution? What is he so upset about Florida? His solution is he wants to have the government force kindergartners to wear masks in school. He doesn't believe the parents should have a say in that. He thinks that should be a decision for the government. Well, I can tell you in Florida, the parents are going to be the ones in charge of that decision. And one of the major medical people in his administration just recently told parents that they should be wearing masks at home when they're around their own children. This is insane. Joe Biden also believes that vaccination should be mandated by force of government and that you should have to show vaccination status to be able to participate in society. Now, Florida, we're very proud of our Seniors First strategy. You look at the mortality in nursing homes among seniors, it's declined dramatically. But we said from the beginning, we're going to make it available for all, but we're not going to mandate it on anybody. That's ultimately an individual's choice to be able to do it. Biden, he rejects science because he denies the fact that people that recover from COVID have long-lasting immunity. And that's been proven time and time again, and the data is very clear. So his vision is, just like in New York City, restaurants should ban young kids from being able to go in because they're not eligible for vaccination, and law-abiding citizens have to produce proof of their medical records just to go to the gym or attend an event or just to participate in everyday society. He wants that, but yet if you want to vote, he thinks it's too much of a burden to show a picture ID when you're voting. So no voter ID, but have to show your medical papers just to be able to live in everyday life? Give me a break. And so I think the question is we can either have a free society or we can have a biomedical security state. And I can tell you, Florida, we're a free state. People are going to be free to choose to make their own decisions about themselves, about their families, about their kids' education, and about putting food on the table. And Joe Biden suggests that if you don't do lockdown policies, then you should, quote, get out of the way. But let me tell you this. If you're coming after the rights of parents in Florida, I'm standing in your way. I'm not going to let you get away with it. If you're trying to deny kids a proper in-person education, I'm going to stand in your way, and I'm going to stand up for the kids in Florida. If you're trying to restrict people impose mandates, if you're trying to ruin their jobs and their livelihoods and their small business, if you are trying to lock people down, I am standing in your way, and I'm standing for the people of Florida. So why don't you do your job? Why don't you get this border secure? And until you do that, I don't want to hear a blip about COVID from you. Thank you.
Yeah, so Ron DeSantis just dragged his dick and balls across the face of Joe Biden there. Yeah, we're going to end up living in, there's going to be two separate United States, and you're going to have blue states that are going to look one way and red states that are going to look completely different. Ron DeSantis just drew the line in the sand. You know, you're either on this side of it or that side of it. My state, we're on the side of freedom. Where will your state end up, everybody? Better start thinking about that and being prepared.
No, exactly. I mean, these blue states are basically going to be little communist rollout centers where people get to experience communism for themselves. You know what? Like, let them do it. Let them do it, and then maybe those people will realize, holy crap, this sucks, right? And I would say that Ron DeSantis did a really good job, like, refuting the ridiculous policies of the Biden administration, but that's such a low bar, right? Because, like, the policies are ridiculous on their face. You don't even have to explain to people that they are ridiculous. Like, you know, like him schooling Biden the way that he just did is, like, similar to people applauding for Shaq if he, like, you know, won a game of basketball against a group of 4-year-olds. You know what I mean? Like, it's just laughable.
Well, it's not just against Biden; it's against the apparatus that controls him.
Sure.
They're trying to normalize the idea of medical tyranny. They're trying to normalize the idea that you, the individual, has no sovereignty over his own body, and that is he's going out there and he's laying down the gauntlet against that. He's being a leader against that kind of thinking, and he's doing it in a very public, outspoken way. So it's not even so much about him blasting Biden specifically. To me, the significant thing here is you have a governor of the third most populated state in the union coming out unequivocally saying, I will not mask children. I will not shut down my economy. I will not mandate vaccines. The people that live here live freely, and that's that. And you won't bully us into changing that. Go handle your own business because you suck at what you do. But the main thing is that he drew that line, and I think you're going to see a lot of other red states do. I bet you Texas comes out and does something similar. Missouri, Alabama, you'll probably see Kentucky and Tennessee, and many other red states out there come out and do something similar. Oklahoma, and then you're going to end up having, like I said, two different United States. You're going to have varying levels of tyranny. Like, I live in Pennsylvania. We have a very red legislature, or a more red legislature, and a very blue governor who lost his emergency powers. So it'll be very interesting in some of these states. Same with Whitmer. Whitmer lost her emergency powers. So it's all going to come down to, you know, what your state legislature does and what your state government does. It's going to determine what kind of country you personally live in. It's gonna vary big time from state to state.
Yeah, and I'm getting increasingly glad that I quit my job, because I'm pretty sure Michigan's going to be one of these states that just goes full commie medical, authoritarianism mode, and thanks to, to the fact that I no longer have to work at that grocery store, I can just exclude myself from society until the dust settles. Man, I'm just going to be sitting here covering news and keeping myself out of it, because I'm not putting a damn mask on. I'm not getting vaccinated. The only way you're going to get me to to have a vaccine in my body is to literally hold me down and forcefully inject it into my body. That's it. That's the only way it's going to happen. So I will gladly exclude myself from literally everything until this all ends. I don't care.
Yeah, right on. Black Mama says PA Department of Health is very blue. If the state legislature wants to pass laws taking away their power, they can do that. the state legislature can be a buffer between us and all of that. They've already taken away Wolf's emergency powers. They could do more, and I suspect they will if need be. Otherwise, I'm 45 minutes away from West Virginia, baby, and I know West Virginia is not doing anything stupid. So, you know, it is what it is. But yeah, I hear the concern, Black Mamba. There's a lot of corruption and rot in PA that needs to be cleaned out, like pretty much any other state right now. All states have their bullshit. PA is no different.
Absolutely. Real quick, we got some thank yous to say out there. Navy Vet gifted a cookie and said, "Hey bros, what a beautiful time to be alive." You know, it's a bittersweet time to be alive, right? Because we're going through all this BS. We have this faux administration that is just completely destroying our country. But the flip side of that, the positive side of that, is like, this stuff is going to wake people up. It already is starting to wake people up, especially with the fact that they just, you know, flip-flopped on the vaccines and the masks like multiple times, and now everyone that complied is like, wait a minute, where's my freedom that you promised me, assholes? Like, that's a major red pill right there. So I totally agree with you, Navy Vet. It is a beautiful time to be alive. A strange one, a stressful one, but definitely a beautiful one. Rabbit Hole 45 out there gifted a cannon. Said DeSantis just drug his frankenbeans all over the mashed potato. Hell yeah. So there you go. Yes, he did. Soko just sent this to me, Adel. What do you think about this? This is from Zero Hedge. And this is really interesting. Senator introduces legislation to mandate voter ID for states that mandate vaccine passports. I love this kind of fire. This is exactly the type of shit that we need to see more and more. I mean, I think the headline says it all. There's no really need to read this, but like, what are your thoughts on this, man?
Obviously it's going to go nowhere as far as like getting passed, but it does draw that line, right, of hypocrisy. Wait a minute. You're telling me that it's somehow a blight or burden against your rights to have ID to vote, but to participate, to buy food or to work or ride a bus or work out in a gym, I have to show you my medical history? Like there is a major disconnect in logic there that is going to be pretty difficult to overcome. And that's why I think this is so interesting, Pixels, because we see it with the vaccine too, right? Like, hey, does the vaccine work? Yeah, oh yeah, it works great. Oh, so why do you care if I have it? Like, if you can get it, it's free, right? Like, you can get it and protect yourself. Yeah. So why do you have to force me to get it if it works so well? If the vaccines work, then vaccine passports are completely meaningless. Mm-hmm. And if they don't work, they're completely meaningless. So what is this about?
Same thing with the masks too, right? You hear vaccinated people all the time saying like, "Oh, if you're not vaccinated, you should wear a mask." Well, it's like, why? If you're vaccinated and you believe that works to keep the virus away from you, what the hell does anything that I do at all or don't do have to do with it? It doesn't have anything to do with it.
Yep, that's exactly right, and that's where I think they're going to lose a lot of people, right? I think that's where they're going to lose a lot of people. Now, the problem is there's a lot of spineless or ignorant people out there that just get the vaccine out of convenience or because, you know, whatever reason it might be.
Well, they don't want to be excluded from the shit show of society that we have.
And the problem is you're not going to get any support from those people. Like, they're not going to fight for your rights. And they'll likely... It's going to be interesting. It's a very interesting dynamic being.
Well, I mean, what's even more interesting is now they're admitting that the vaccines don't really work, but still like pushing people to get them.
I honestly can't make heads or tails of it, dude. It's so weird.
Dude, it's so messed up. Like, sometimes I feel like they're just being forced at gunpoint to like literally red pill the nation for us. Because this shit is just so absolutely, like, upside down and obvious and right in your face. Like, yeah, we're full of shit. Yes, we are.
You want to see full of shit, Pixels? Here, watch this. Ready? Watch this. Here you go. AOC Watch this bullshit.
The
Ready?
pressure up so other colleagues.
I'm just gonna mute this because you don't need to hear these mindless twits talking. All right, so there she is, right? They're getting ready for a big photo op, not socially distanced, no masks, all sitting there. And oh wait, the camera's about to come out. You're about to take the picture. Okay, let's get that mask on. Let's make sure I get that mask on, right? Gotta have the mask covering my ugly fucking mug before that camera goes off. Wouldn't want to break the damn thing with because that camera might be able to see through the veneer and see that evil soulless demon that lies beneath. We'll know that'll just shine right through. So cover that face, you evil wench. There you go. Oh, is the camera off? Can I take it off my face? Because COVID's fake and this is all bullshit. We're doing nothing but posing for photo ops. Yeah, there it is. Wear it below your chin, you fuck. I mean, these people. Watch, ready? Rip it right off there, AOC. You don't need to wear it anymore. Cameras are off. There you are, face to face with a bunch of people, laughing away. But this feckless cunt will go on Twitter and grandstand about how we all need to wear a mask and how it's the responsible thing to do. Mark my words, the second the CDC starts mandating the masks again, she'll be one of the first one. Profile picture with the mask on, all of it. Virtue signaling left and right. It just makes me freaking sick.
You know what they'll do with this is they'll like try and find a way to claim that COVID is only spread like while cameras are rolling. I'm like it's gotten so ridiculous how I wouldn't put it past them, literally. Like, it's just so bad, man. It really is. Q Army Rye out there gifted a cookie and said, "Keep it up, guys. Where we go one, we go all." Thank you very much, Q Army Rye. But yeah, no, it's just it's unbelievable, man. It's just, and shout out to the camera guy for keeping the camera rolling and getting her doing that, because it just completely blatantly shows her hypocrisy. Now, is it really gonna make a difference? Hell if I know, man. As long as the social media companies don't clamp down on it too much and erase it from your phone screen before you can even watch it. Do you remember, I remember using Twitter a lot. And this is one of the things that I didn't hear people mention a lot about the censorship, because it was really sneaky, actually. Do you remember scrolling through Twitter, on your phone or something, and then, you see something in your feed that you're actually interested in seeing, oh, wow, this might be a good piece of information, and then, boom, it just auto-scrolls itself, to where you can't even find it anymore? Did you ever experience that?
I've never downloaded the Twitter app before. I've always just used it off of my browser. So I don't think it works quite the same unless you have it. The only time that would happen for me is if I opened the window after having it closed for a while and I was already on Twitter, and then it would do a refresh at that moment.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think I experienced the same thing as what you're talking about.
Everybody put a 1 in live chat if you've experienced what I'm talking about. You find something on Twitter while you're just scrolling that you actually want to look at, and it just automatically scrolls off the screen, and then you have a hell of a time finding it again. Because I had that happen literally every single day when I was using Twitter, and I found it incredibly annoying and just one of the sneaky ways that they censor stuff without actually taking it off the platform. Yeah, I'm seeing some people already saying it, so, yep. I wonder if that still happens, because I don't use Twitter anymore. I just don't. Every once in a while, I'll go on there, I'll retweet a few things, but, Gab is really the place I go to now, and honestly, I'm so much into streaming that I don't spend much time on Twitter anymore, or any other social media platform. But anyways, I mean...
Yeah, I lurk. I don't... You guys, for those of you that follow me on Gab or Twitter, you guys know I don't post very often. I'm a lurker on those things for the most part, especially Twitter now. No point. There's absolutely no point.
Yep. Anyways, why don't we go over to Arizona here? Not literally, but on our show. We're not gonna. Adel and I are not gonna drive to Arizona and drink White Claws. However, that would be fun. We should attend a Senate meeting and just drink White Claws the entire time and scream about voter fraud. That'd be amazing.
Go visit Dilly in the studio. Let's go get drunk in Dilly's studio while he does it. I'm sure he'd love that. Dude, absolutely love that.
That would be fun. Navy vet out there gifting cookies saying, my uncle is at the airport and he's saying they can't find pilots to fly planes in Las Vegas. Very interesting. See? The insanity is already having an effect. It's already having an effect on everyday activities that would be normal in America if we didn't have a bunch of insane authoritarians running the show. So there you are. But yeah, let's go over to Arizona, Adel. Let's check this out. Sonny Borelli is making swings here. It's pretty cut and dry, he says. Violation of a Senate subpoena is a Class 2 misdemeanor. Brnovich needs to take action. Now, Brnovich is the state AG over there in Arizona. And it says here, Arizona State Senator Sonny Borelli made a formal request for Attorney General Brnovich to investigate Maricopa County's noncompliance with legislative subpoenas. Brnovich is required under SB 1487, introduced by former state Senator Andy Biggs, to comply with this request and investigate the county's violation of legal subpoenas. So, there you are. I mean, it is cut and dry, right? They ignored a subpoena. That's a crime. So, hopefully, Brnovich actually investigates this and throws the book at him. What are your thoughts, Adel? What do you see happening? What would you like to happen? Lay it on me.
I'm going to be optimistic. Normally, I would say I'll sit here and hold my breath and wait for something to happen justice-wise. But you know what? Brnovich threatened the federal government, saying if they came in and tried to interfere with an audit, they would be very unhappy with the results of that.
Yeah, he did.
This guy seems to be a bit of a badass, so I'm gonna go with optimism here, and I'm gonna say that he's gonna call.
Brnovich is gonna bring the burn.
He's gonna call CNN, and he's gonna tell them to be outside of all of these supervisors' doors at 4:45 in the morning, and then he's gonna have state troopers go in there and raid them. I'm talking 30 SWAT members per house. Because clearly all these people are as armed and dangerous as Roger Stone was, at least. We're going to need 30 SWAT members per house. All right. They're going to raid the shit out of them. We're going to hold them without trial. How long have the January 6th political prisoners been in jail now?
Well, without trial? Been there since what, January?
Yeah. So we're going to hold them, without trial in solitary confinement for a few months, and then maybe we'll see what happens after that. I don't really have a plan beyond that. That's just how justice works now, right? Is that how we're gonna do it?
Apparently, that's where we've gone. Apparently, that is where we've gone. In all seriousness, though, I would love to see like every single the border supervisors. I want to see all those people frog marched out of their houses while they're wearing like a bathrobe with like rainbow dongs on it. That would be fantastic.
All seriousness, though, Pixels, I do think that something's gonna happen here with the subpoena. Either you have laws, you have procedure, the people have power, or they don't. The people elected a Senate that wants to audit the election. It is within their jurisdiction, according to the Constitution, to perform that audit as they see fit. And if we can't rely on those levers and that representation of the people, then we don't have a fucking country. Everything that we believe in is a lie. So either we're one thing or the other. And if we are a constitutional republic with a representative government, then and that representative government has subpoenaed information from a third-party voting company, and they're refusing to comply, and the Board of Supervisors are also refusing to comply, then these people need to go to jail, and they need to be made an example of. Just that simple. You can't have people in positions of authority thumbing their nose at the law. You just can't, regardless of what they believe to be right or wrong. Doesn't matter. I don't get to decide what laws I follow or which laws I'll be prosecuted for, depending on what I personally feel is right or wrong. I would fucking love it if that was the case, and I think we all would, but that's not how it works. So Brnovich, or whatever his name is, needs to act quickly, decisively, and aggressively on this.
Yeah.
And I hope he does. And shout out to Suki out there. It's been a while since I've seen Suki in a live chat, so I hope you're well, Suki. But man, it fires me up because it's like all of the talk, it drives me insane. Everyone, it's like you got a bunch of internet trolls in our government, Pixels. It's like they all hide behind screen names and they get up there and they say shit. They say shit that they're never gonna act on. You know, it's like a troll in chat saying, like, you know, talking shit. You know, the second you met them in person, they'd run and hide. I don't know.
Dude, I bet you Ass Stethoscope is Ezra Cohen Watnick.
Is he out there? I haven't seen him in a couple.
I don't. Ass Stethoscope. Sound off if you're out there, buddy. we wanna say hi to Ass Stethoscope. Rabbit Hole 45 out there gifted a cookie and said Twitter is pure AIDS. ... Which I agree. So yeah, Suki, I love you so bad too. Let's see here. What else do we have? I have such a huge, like I said, I have a huge list of shit, and we only have 30 minutes to I want to pick the best
don't
ones.
stress about covering everything. Yeah, let's just find some fun shit to talk about. This doesn't need to be news heavy today.
Well,
I kind of like it when we just bullshit anyway.
No, it is fun. Let us know how you guys like it. I do a super news heavy show, like on my own channel, so this is my chance to kind of kick back, have some fun with Adel, have some conversation, and maybe do a little bit of trolling. I found this interesting from Just the News. A pilot program to tax drivers by miles traveled. Yes, by miles traveled. Slipped into the Senate infrastructure bill. Now, Pete Buttigieg had floated the creation of a vehicle miles traveled system earlier this year as a way to fund an infrastructure bill. What do you think of this, Adel? Obviously, I think you're gonna not like this policy the same amount that I don't like this policy. But do you have any snarky comments to make about this? This is just a real beauty right here.
We'll see if any Republicans call this out and stand up to it, right? Because none of them would vote for that by itself.
I can see like Lindsey Graham waiting for this to actually get through and then going on Hannity and saying, I'm going to get to the bottom of this.
After voting for it, yeah.
Yeah, after voting for it.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is how they do it. All the most unpopular laws get blended into these kind of bills. So you like that right there should be a single issue law that is debated in the Senate on its own with nothing else attached. That's a big enough thing right there that I think deserves its own debate, its own bill, right? To slip something that consequential into an infrastructure bill and ultimately hold the people hostage. Like, oh, you want your roads and bridges and tunnels to be safe? Okay, yeah, well, I know you've paid for that already with generations of your tax dollars. I know you have. But if you want us to actually sign the check, you have to give up all of these freedoms. Is it worth it? Do you want it? It doesn't matter. We're going to do it regardless. Fuck you. That's kind of how government works right now.
I would argue that that's the way the government has been, working for at least 50 years. I think the people are just now starting to get around to understanding that. So that's a good thing, at least. Real quick, I think Piss Van Tinkle out there did a really good job. And I'm just going to steal his commentary over this. Piss Van Tinkle out there says, tax D's nuts. Which I couldn't agree with that more, Piss Van Tinkle. And that's a fantastic username. You should be proud of that one. So there you are. Yeah, tax D's nuts. Got him. Let's see, what else do we have? Mike Carey. He won the GOP special election primary in Ohio. Do you have anything to say about that? He seems like a pretty based individual from what I read.
Yeah, that's a good win for President Trump. There's a lot of other candidates from what I understand, and President Trump's guy won. So the Trump bump continues to be pretty effective, even with him not being in office anymore, which, again, just goes to show you, right, that this is the movement is bigger than just the man. Like his influence, his influence over the movement and over the politics of this country, the conversation of this country, hasn't diminished really one bit. If anything, it's only getting stronger as Joe Biden continues to fall all over himself.
Yeah, absolutely. Real quick, Dale Bercier out there, Gifted Shades, and says, F you, Toenail. Who's Toenail? But anyway, thank you, Dale Bercier. And Ohio Kimmy out there with a cookie saying, hang 'em all, no mercy. Well, I mean, look up the penalty for treason, and that's kind of in there, right? So I don't know. I won't say anything more than that. Let's see here. Biden admits he is proudly and deliberately breaking the law. That comes from the Washington Examiner, and it's talking about the eviction moratorium thing. Joe Biden basically told the CDC, like, yeah, just extend it, like, in direct, like, violation of what the Supreme Court said, apparently. So what's this all about? Biden just proving to everybody that he can completely flaunt the Constitution, shit all over the separation of powers, and just become his little dictatorial self. What is it?
Yeah, no, it's a stress test. It's, let's see what we can get away with. They're gonna try to use all kind of different methods of circumnavigating the Constitution, Congress, and the way things should be done. So they're gonna try to legislate with the pen as much as possible, however they can. This is just an example of that. They're gonna do it until somebody stops them, is essentially what they're gonna do. And I think that's what we could expect going forward.
Yeah, I don't really expect that to be a thing for very long. Like, that's probably going to be shut down one way or another. But the fact that the CDC, under advice or whatever from Joe Biden, can just go ahead and, like, yep, it's done. Like, who the hell? I thought the CDC was Centers for Disease Control, not Centers for, telling landlords they're not allowed to charge rent. Like, what the hell does that have to do with disease control? Nothing.
Unelected bureaucrats.
It's not in their purview, as we like to say.
They're unelected bureaucrats that have way too much influence over people's lives. I don't know what else to say about it. The CDC is not elected. I can't vote the CDC out of office. I can't vote the director of the CDC out of office. I can't do anything about that as a voter. And people that I can't vote out should have zero say in decisions like that. None. Zilch. Nada. Absolutely.
Well, they're not legislators. They're not. They don't write law. That's the other, all these, the same thing with the mask mandates, right? All these, everything you hear them calling a mandate, they're calling it that because they know it's not a law, but they have to try and make it seem like it is mandatory. It's not, because it's not a law. You can't legitimately be arrested and charged with a crime for not wearing a mask anywhere. It hasn't been written by Congress. It hasn't been signed by the president. It's not a freaking law, but they call it a mandate. So people just follow it as if, they'll actually have consequences for not following it. It's just insane, dude.
That's why there needs to be, peaceful non-compliance. That's what it comes down to, just non-compliance in massive numbers. It's really the only way to fight against this, is to not acknowledge the power that they don't legitimately have. That's all.
Yeah, absolutely. 100%. So, Sons of Liberty out there gifted a cookie and said, stack of EOs already in place. Yes, they are. And Dognuts10 gifted shades and said, CDC is Center for Death Control. That's a good way of putting it. I never thought of it that way, Dognuts. Yeah, very interesting. So, Adel, did you see the news about Vindman?
Yes. He admitted that he was... he claims that he was the whistleblower, but he wasn't.
In his memoir. No, it was Eric Charamella.
Yeah.
Which I found interesting. Why is he trying to take credit?
Sell books, probably. I don't know, or just throw
Yeah.
people off the scent of the real story.
Well, the other thing is like he's potentially implicated himself in a crime by saying that he is the whistleblower because he testified to Congress before that he was not the whistleblower. So are we just looking at somebody who's incredibly stupid, or somebody who thinks he'll just get away with it and it's a good way to sell books?
The latter. It's not
Yeah.
stupid. He knows that Congress, especially the Congress right now, isn't about to send a criminal referral anywhere for perjury. And even if he does, where is that criminal referral going to go? To Merrick Garland. Yep. Vindman sleeps quite soundly. Let me tell you, Vindman's not losing. Vindman has very little anxiety over lying to Congress. I'll tell you right now.
It seems that lately nobody's worried about that.
Why would you?
Look it up there. I mean, look at
who's gotten in trouble for it.
Nobody.
Exactly.
Do you remember when Samantha Power? It was like last year, I think. Samantha Power was finally brought in front of this. Was it the Senate? I think Lindsey Graham was involved.
Yeah.
And she testified in the entire damn time, and it was a long hearing too. I remember I was actually in West Virginia visiting family at the time, and I sat down to watch the entire thing because I thought she was going to be walked into a couple corners, But nope, she just proudly and enthusiastically lied her ass off for the entirety of the hearing, and I remember being left like so speechless by that, like because we'd all done a lot of research into Spygate and how that unfolded, and she lied about literally every single thing.
Yep.
To this day, I think she's part of the Biden administration, isn't she? She's got a spot somewhere, Samantha Power.
I don't know what her official position is, but I think there's a lot of you probably find a lot of overlap between the Obama cabinet and the Biden administration, whether it's in official positions or kind of quarterbacking from the sideline a little bit. I really don't think there's much difference, but it's just an extension. Obama was an extension of Bush, which is an extension of Clinton, which is an extension of Bush. It's just all these people. They just it's one after another. They're the same. It's the same system, just kind of in perpetuity. So you're gonna have a lot of the same characters around the sides. As long as they're in control, you're not gonna see a lot of the supporting cast have turnover in those situations.
100%. Let's see here. Dale Bercier with a shade says the entire system is corrupt. Either white hats are in control, or this goes kinetic like 1776. I agree, Dale Bercier. I think the people are being pushed to a breaking point. If the government thinks they can go ahead and literally forcefully inject people with experimental drugs, I think at that point in time the American people are going to snap and it's going to be on. And I really hope that it doesn't get to that point because it's going to be fucking ugly. But I see where you're coming from. Okay, what's the next thing we want to talk about, Adel? I mean, one thing I wanted to mention. There is a possibility to the White Hats being in control. And hear me out. Disclaimer, I'm not trying to sell you like hopium here. But I read something really, really interesting recently. Actually, today I've been reading through it about something called devolution. And it was incredibly extensive, the blog posts about this by, I don't know who it was. They were anonymous, basically. But the way that they laid it out, the way that they sauced it, was pretty damn convincing to me. That's not to say that I believe that that's what's going on and that's actually it. But it did give me a little hope, at least. It really did. And the way that it was laid out, it was hard for me to think of any other scenario. Because let's face it, I don't think Trump would just up and just walk away from a stolen election without putting anything in place to rectify that. I don't think he would just walk away and hope that we can win in 2022 and 2024. Especially with Democrats in control of Congress, because if Democrats are in control of Congress, then there's a very good chance that they just solidify permanently into the law books exactly what they did in the 2020 election. So And I also think that, you know, the states decertifying, I don't know if that's gonna work. First of all, I don't know if the states are going to decertify, right? But even if they did, there's still a very large chance that doesn't get Biden out of the White House. So I don't know. I feel like the devolution does make a lot of sense, and I hope with all of my soul that is actually what's going on, and there will be some kind of reveal at some point or whatever. Because the other scenarios, I don't see them working. I mean, what are your thoughts on it, Adel? Have you looked into the devolution thing, or what's?
I haven't read into it. Pinata brought it up, and I know Pinata and Homesteader did a whole show on it on Monday, because I didn't do my show. So I don't know, man. It's one of those things where it'd be great if something like that was in place. Like I would love to see something like that. So hopefully there's something to it, but I don't think it's necessary. Again, my take on this has not really changed at all from the beginning. I think you have the numbers in massively convincing fashion right now. It's only getting better, and you're seeing the narrative around election security being won by the good guys right now. There was a poll in Rasmussen today saying 90% of people, regardless of party, think that voter ID is a good idea, and that people who are against voter ID want cheating to continue. There's no other reason. 70-some%, I can't remember what it was.
74.
Said that there was, hold on, let me find it. Or they 74% support voter ID. So we're winning the narrative, right? We're winning the battle as far as the information war. So I think, while again, something like that would be amazing, I think that if you just use what we have to secure the next elections, we'll be fine, you know? And you don't also have to decertify Joe Biden to put a buffer there. I mean, there's a much shorter path to that. It'd be much easier for Arizona to replace Mark Kelly with a Republican, the senator that won illegally. And there goes Biden's majority in the Senate. There goes pretty much his whole agenda that he was hoping to push through. You could do the same thing in Georgia, too. There's 2 illegitimate senators there. You don't have to worry about the president right away. Prove the election was stolen. Take back the senators. The state legislatures can recall those, and they have all the capital they need to do that. Put the buffer up. Just basically shut down the government for a year and a half until the next election, and just watch what happens at the polls. Just watch what happens at the polls once you've closed these loopholes. You don't need any kind of magic devolution or military intervention. We the people can do this ourselves, and in fact, I'd prefer it that way. I'd much prefer we the people take care of this ourselves from the ground up than some kind of magical, last minute executive order signing where, the military comes in and we get the big show and parade. That stuff's all fancy and it's great for a movie or whatever, but it doesn't. I don't think it leaves us anywhere that's going to be long lasting. I'd much rather see just a ground up movement, a ground up rebuke of all of this.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. The only thing I would say is, don't let this, like, even if you believe that that's what's going on with the devolution thing, don't let that stop you from trying to make a change yourself, pressuring your local representatives, pressuring your state legislatures to do audits, pressuring your school boards to not do the mask mandates, right? We all have to get involved at a local level, like Adel's saying, and we the people need to take back our system. And we need to do that right now, regardless of whether or not we believe the military is coming to save the day. Then, if the military does come and save the day, we can go, holy shit, awesome!
Yep.
Right? But we can't just have that as like the guaranteed that's what we think's going to happen, because then none of us are going to actually want to put in the work to take our country back ourselves. So there you go. I mean, here's the thing. Q said that pain was coming, right? And that you know, the best is yet to come, all that. But he also said, we the people are the cure.
Yep.
So why not both, is my point. Why not both? Hope for the best, but while we have the shit, try and clean up the shit.
I agree.
So there you are. Now I see a lot of you. There is somebody in Foxhole chat who disagrees with us and is writing in all caps, but that's okay. We don't censor anybody over here for disagreeing with us or any other person, as long as they're not Fed posting. We have no reason to take them down. So troll away. We like to see it. And, you know, all you guys, you know, trying to defend us and stuff, like, I get it. You guys love us and don't like to see us disagreed with, but it's okay. I'm all good with it. What about you, Adel?
Yeah, welcome. Welcome, buddy. Glad you're out there. I'm sure there's a few other people that feel that way, too. And you're welcome to continue, you know, chatting. Just, you know, be kind. Be respectful on both sides. You know, it's
100%.
Fine. But yeah, welcome, buddy. I hope you're enjoying the show.
He's certainly enjoying, you know, live chat. So I'll give him that.
Whatever. I mean, look, to come lurking into a place like the Foxhole, like to troll people, like you're really going out of your way, like to. So I mean, look, this guy, whoever he is probably just very, very bored and has nothing better to do. So. Hey man, I'm glad you could find some way to entertain yourself here in our live chat. Enjoy, welcome, make yourself at home.
Have a White Claw.
Yeah. Turn off your have a White Claw. Turn off your caps lock. Stay a while. You know. Whatever, man. People. Oh, he sold you down the river. How does it feel? How does it feel to have your Lord and Savior sell you out? I don't know, man. I'll just say this, like. President Trump, while I supported him, he was never my savior. I'll tell you that right now. Yeah. He was you know, he's a hell of a player who I think is on my team, but he's not my savior. And the second President Trump goes off message, I call him out for it. And the second I feel like he doesn't have our best interest at mind anymore, I will stop supporting him. And guess what? I won't be emotionally scarred because of it. He's a politician. He's someone that either works for me or he doesn't. I don't know the man personally. He seems to be a good guy from what I can tell. But I'm telling you right now, like where I stand with someone like President Trump is it's business. What have you done for me lately is kind of where I'm at with it. So I think we scared him away.
Did he leave?
Yeah, I think so.
I was just starting to have fun.
Yeah, whatever.
Kill him with kindness, I guess, right?
Yeah, there it is. I don't know how to handle that shit. Wait, you're not triggered? That makes me triggered. I'm out of here, man.
You're supposed to be mad! Ah! Okay. Gateway Pundit. This is really interesting, Adel. What do you think about this, man? The D.C. Medical Examiner's officer requested cremation of Ashley Babbitt's remains 2 days after her murder. Here's the kicker. An email sent to D.C. government was returned in Chinese characters. What in the hell is this shit right here, buddy? What is this?
What do you think it is? It's a cover-up. We fucking murdered this woman in cold blood, and now they're trying to cover it up.
Yeah.
I don't...
Are we ever... Like, is it going to be the same situation with the Epstein... like autopsy, where we never really see anything conclusive, and it was the same guy who did the autopsy for JFK?
Well, all I know is, you know, Epstein had 2 cameras on him that both went bad at the same time, apparently. I know there's 14,000 hours of footage on the Capitol that, I don't know, probably in the process of, you know, growing mold or getting corrupted in one way or another. As far as the autopsy thing goes, yeah, of course, they're trying to get rid of any evidence as soon as possible.
Why was the email returned in Chinese characters? Is that just the deep state, like, trolling? Is that them, like, the equivalent of them, like, yeah, let's see how much this pisses them off?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe. I mean, they're that cocky about things that
They are.
That wouldn't completely surprise me. But yeah, it's definitely an attempt to cover up the crimes, cover up the cold-blooded murder of Ashley Babbitt. There's nothing else you could call it. It's just cold-blooded murder.
And now the name of the cop is out here. It says that in July, the Gateway Pundit confirmed that Capitol Hill Police Lieutenant Mike Bird was Ashley Babbitt's shooter.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see if that becomes like the new Eric Charmella, where like anyone that says that name immediately gets banned or censored on social media, or at least the old guard social media.
I'm almost willing to try it now. Should I just post Mike Bird on Twitter and see what happens?
Yeah, just say Mike Bird shot Ashley Babbitt and see what happens.
I'll write it out in like leak characters, make it harder for him. Interesting stuff. So I don't know what else is out there today. Arizona State Senator Kelly Townsend successfully pushes for financial audit of Zuckerbucks and Shady Dominion acquisition. I feel like if this goes somewhere and Zuckerberg actually ends up in trouble, they're going to be like, well, we just found out that Zuckerberg's actually not human. He's a cyborg, and we can't charge a cyborg with the crime. I don't know. That was a stretch. Well, what do you think, though? I mean, a financial audit of the Zuckerbucks situation and the Shady Dominion acquisition. I like it.
Follow the money on all of this. I mean, how much money did Mark Zuckerberg personally pump into this election to alter the result? I mean, in Georgia alone, I think it was like $400 million of Zuckerbucks.
Well, in Maricopa County, it was $3 million, according to this article.
All right, so there you go. I mean, how much am I allowed to donate to a campaign? You know what I mean? Like, not $3 million. I think you get cut off after what, a few thousand, right? So why is this rich Silicon Valley progressive prick able to put his thumb on the scale for the tune of $4 million, where someone like Dinesh D'Souza gets thrown in jail for a couple $1,000 donation to a politician?
Good point.
You know what I mean? Like, this is the kind of shit that drives me up a wall. It drives me up a wall. But there's nothing you can do about it. Nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally, what do you do other than bitch about it? There's nothing you can do. There's no justice there. There's not going to happen. Zuckerberg's not going to jail. Are you kidding me?
No. I mean,
Mark Zuckerberg could drink the blood of a freaking child on TV, and I swear to God, Joe Scarborough would
they'd be like, no, that was cranberry juice with thickener in it.
There's no arresting Mark Zuckerberg or Jack Dorsey or Sundar Pichai. All these people have more power than the president of the United States. These people have more power than any world leader. If you really think about it, they could silence a world leader. They could shut down an entire point of view, eliminate a political party from the conversation. There's no more powerful men in the world than Zuckerberg, Pichai, and Dorsey. They're losing their power slowly because they're creating competition around them now. But as it stands, their user bases on all of those platforms are far beyond the population of any one nation. Zuckerberg's got 3.5 billion users. That's 10 times the population of the United States. So he's controlling the conversation for half the planet. That's unbelievable power. So he can act with impunity. He can do whatever he wants, and no one's going to do anything.
Mm-hmm. Based on the revelations of the last month alone, I wouldn't even call these social media companies anymore. Let's call them what they are. They're shadow governmental agencies meant to control the speech of Americans and censor content on the internet to make sure that information that they don't like is not out there. It's not available. That's what they are. They've become government agencies. The second that they started colluding with the government, they became shadow government agencies.
Yep.
And that's fascism. By the direct definition, that's fascism. When the private sector and the government start colluding, right, to achieve common goals, that's fascism. Which is hilarious because for 4 years we were called fascists because we liked Trump.
Yep.
So it's just, man, oh my God. Oh my God. Help us all. Rabbit Hole 45 gifted a cookie and said, I'm not sold that Ashley Babbitt is dead. That's another theory out there, that Ashley Babbitt is just a figment of our imagination, that she didn't exist, she was fabricated, she was person created, and then killed.
Yep.
I don't know. I wasn't there. So I can't tell you. Here's something weird. Why don't we have any eyewitnesses to her murder that came forward that I know of? I haven't seen any at all. Typically when something like that happens, you'd think that people would like be clamoring to get an interview on media or on like a podcast like this, but I haven't heard anything of the such.
Who wants to admit to being inside the building right now, dude? Are you kidding me?
Good point.
To be an eyewitness, you have to admit to being inside the building,
Good point.
Which means you're gonna be raided by the FBI and thrown in a gulag. So
this is why we have Adel here to think about the obvious shit. You check the simple stuff first, right?
Yeah.
Make sure you got gas in that lawnmower before you go tinkering with it. Rabbit Hole.
Make sure you share the sound before you play that video, right? You know what I mean?
Suki out there says, "Do you remember how creepy?" Yeah, I got to meet Suki in DC. Did you know that, Adel?
Yeah, we met Suki. Yeah, I met Suki. Her and her husband.
Yes.
Awesome people. Awesome people.
Yes,
yeah.
indeed. She says, "Do you remember how creepy the DC police were that morning? Long before the speech, they creeped me out." Yeah, like I had like a bag of like beef jerky or some shit like that, and like I like kind of approached one of the officers that was just standing like outside of the perimeter of like the place where Trump spoke or whatever, and I was like, "Hey, like, I don't want to litter, like, where is there a trash can you can point me to somewhere?" And the dude was stone cold, just like didn't say shit. And I found that so weird. Like, here I am, a citizen in front of a cop, just asking him if there's a trash can somewhere so I don't have to litter in front of his face, and he literally just says nothing, acts like I don't exist. It was really strange.
That's kind of strange. Yeah, I didn't notice anything myself, but yeah, clearly there was something up.
Mm-hmm. And I remember like the snipers on the roof. That kind of I didn't know how to feel about that. Like, you know.
Yeah, I remember that too.
And I had like an American flag suit on. I was all patrioted up, you know. I felt like I was a target there. Who knows who the hell? Did Nancy Pelosi hire one of those snipers? I don't know.
Yeah.
Slip him a 20. Yeah, so there's that story with the whole Zuckerbucks thing. I hope that comes to fruition. I'd love to see where the money went, what it was used on, so on and so forth.
We are
we're 2 minutes out. We're 2 minutes out. Okay, so this has been the New Guard here on 5x5. I hope you guys enjoyed what we did here today. Very laid back, very, very laid back show compared to normal. Now, tonight, I will be doing a watch party. I plan on doing that 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for the Deep Rig. That's Patrick Burns' documentary that just came out, and he put it out there for free, so I'm pretty sure I'm okay playing it. But I'm only going to play it on Foxhole. That's a Foxhole exclusive, so come to my channel tonight on Foxhole, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and we'll watch that together for anybody who hasn't watched it. I haven't watched it. I wanted to save it so I could experience that all with you guys tonight. But Adel, what do you have going on, man? Go ahead and plug your stuff, buddy.
Yeah, doing the Prep Steading Show, installment number 5. We're going to talk about food at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time tonight over on my channel. Tomorrow at 3 p.m. Eastern Time here on 5x5, Drunk Pinata is going to do a pre-show leading up to Taking It Back. And Taking It Back, for those of you that don't know, is a little show that I do with our good friends Brendan Dilley of The Dilley Show and Frankie Val of the Quite Frankly podcast. It's a very popular hour. It's a lot of fun, and we'll be doing that from 4 to 5 p.m. Eastern Time. So tonight at 8:30 or tomorrow 4 p.m. Eastern. But like I said, pre-show with Drunk Pinata at 3 o'clock right here. So lots of good stuff coming up. Thank you, Pixels, and thank you guys out there in the live chat for hanging out with us today.
Right on. See you guys 10 p.m. Eastern tonight. And much love. Hope you enjoyed. We'll see you soon. Bye-bye.